Yo guys, how we doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? How we doing? Don't need to play that old intro. What builds are we updating? All the things that got nerfed is the plan. All the things that need big changes. I could post Harlow, because that's what I got to Mayhem 20 first with, but I mean, maybe we should. The build's not really changing, just moving new guns. I need to get a little bit of gameplay real quick to finish this video. Just a schmidgy bit of gameplay. With 2 of these weapons, and then we can upload this video, which I should have done, but I woke up so late. Where's the slaughter shaft? Bro, it's so hard to find. Herald's not great. Also, look, I fixed it. I can see the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat simultaneously now. Pogies. Tech genius. Oh. All right, a little bit of gameplay. This is the new Pearl Chum shotgun. It is all right. I would give it maybe a high B tier. I wanna Bro, we're eating good with all the new mobbing content. It's fun. Honestly, just pretty good as a DDR chuck. And then the last thing I needed gameplay was with some Carmano. You watched the Capcom thing? No, I was looking for it last night. I didn't find it. I can eat it while I was eating dinner, but I couldn't find the source. Anything good? How's Dragon's Dogma looking? damn snippers. Alright. Should be good on the gameplay. How am I? Good. I felt like shit this morning. I don't know what's going on with that, but it took a little while to start feeling good again. Like, just brutal headache. Couldn't keep my eyes open. I have, like, a light that shines on me while we're, like, editing and streaming and stuff like that. I think it just got in my eyes a little too much. Is the Cormano shotgun. This comes from the Vault cards. With Jacobs. Is proccing the chum effect, which looks like a big water splash, which is do to make you stay. Kind of cool. You can see that big water splash there. And obviously, if you have more fire rate, you proc it more often. It's pretty cool. The chum effect, you just, when you're shooting it in a group of enemies, you just see kind of like water explosions happening all the time, which is really awesome. Only issue with this weapon is at base, I just think it's a little bit weak in terms of just raw DPS that this thing puts out. The effect is cool. The rolls that you can get on it are pretty good, but if this thing got buffed up just a little bit, if it was a little bit stronger, I think it would be up there with the other like really strong weapons so far. But yeah, very functionally cool weapon. If you want to get this from the, or if you want this, you can get it from the new Takedown. And the last, get Jacobs on full spread of projectiles. The projectiles travel quite quickly. And they hit really hard. This thing's got 2.6k times 9 damage, and the projectiles are pretty easy to control and even land a bunch of them on a single target, even at distances, which feels quite nice. Normally these kind of like gyrojet missile launcher weapons feel quite awkward to use at range. This one feels nice. It puts out some pretty good DPS. Nothing like insane. It helps to get Jacobs because then you can send other like horizontal projectiles out at other enemies. I don't know if mine is other enemies, but whenever different, I haven't gotten a chance to, which is a bunch of new, quite weird and like weird. And last, we got a bunch of new class mods. I haven't gotten a chance to try other enemies. And last, we got a bunch of new class mods. I haven't affected this to keep an eye on content drop. Nice. Cool. That video's done. Is the update out now? Yes, sir. Here to change shirts mid-video. Yup. You betcha. How far did you get in Mayhem? Mayhem 20. Got to Mayhem 20 on Harlow last night. Didn't try pushing any of the other characters. Harlow's pretty fucking stupid, though. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I could tell the difference between Mayhem 20 and Mayhem 1 on her. She's pretty good at the video game. Giant ego. Fuck. On a Hinakora's Lock, which would you be better, Mageblood or Headhunter on your hollow form? I like Headhunter personally, because Headhunter gives you AoE. Mageblood does not. But can't go wrong with either. This cache has not done a takedown yet. I'm not sure, Philip.
Whether you're here to loot the station or rescue survivors, you're too late. Only I remain, and I've no intention of leaving. Go. Now.
Can the Hard Dark roll Jacobs? I think so. Ooh, that's kind of loud. You run out of ammo. Yeah. Unfortunately, Cash doesn't get infinite ammo like some of the other characters. You can not reload, but that doesn't help with Ooh, Pearl to start the day. Wow, look at me. Lucky me, lucky me. What is we get? A Gourmet. I need to get that thing with Ripper.
You're going to see much more of that if you keep going. That room is flooded. Oh well. Guess you'll have to turn around and go home.
Necesito a Ripper Gomi.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. I have a gift.
You use Heimdall in the packs because ammo refund works on ordnance guns like that. True, yeah. Not run out of ammo. Ordnance would be quite good. Amon is nutty. With the new class mod, or just you're just saying in general?
I hope these amphibious units will dissuade you from continuing.
You think Harlow should be nerfed so that ammo taken from ammo reserves? Why though? All that does is make the game more tedious, doesn't? You know what I mean? I'm all for nerfs, but I'd rather just make it so the other characters get infinite ammo refunded rather than taken from reserves, versus making Harlow just feel worse to play. You know what I mean? Personally. Boy, it's so beefy. Stray is not a great single target weapon for him though.
lucky? Shouldn't quit while you are ahead.
Is the game in a good spot after the update? I think it's actually in a pretty good spot right now, yeah? I would say so. I don't know. I'm still very pro more balance changes. Still think that they need to utilize the stuff in the world better. But very good update.
I always make time for the little things. I said smooth. Good concept.
Andrew, hey, welcome back. Nova Spam just leveled up huge. Found a broken interaction. Poggies. Love to hear it. What gun am I using? The Stray. The Stray is very, very nice for this new content because it's just very solid at mobbing. It inherently splits projectiles and sends out multiple, and then those get multiplied by your Jacob's ricochets.
Accidentally broke containment.
I am using one with a SMG roll to help reduce
I get the feeling.
the ammo consumption. So I was using it with sniper, and it was running out of ammo. SMG roll helps not consume as much. Technically, any roll, any dataless swap roll that isn't snipers. Obviously, snipers have the least amount of ammo capacity. Pistol would be good. AR. Just anything to make it not snipers helpful.
Another timekeeper pit. Gunning for good. I feel lucky.
Oh, the circle solder. If we could keep Admar. Still need a creature and Ripper circle. That would be sick. I see a lot of people online being like, "Oh, yo, it's too late." You know, nice that they added these things, but it's too late. And like, you know, I agree in a way. Like, the game should have launched with a takedown. It should have launched with a slaughter shaft. Absolutely, we've been complaining about that shit for fucking months. You know what I mean? But I am glad that at least it finally got it. You try the new class mod? Yeah, I don't have the new class mod yet. Haven't gotten one to drop. I have a convergence on me. I do. Sick.
What a shocking turn of events! Good thing I do not have the ability to smell.
That is a lot of totems. A lot of totems.
You certainly don't give up.
Have I played any TFD lately? I have not. Well, yes, that's. I played it when the new update happened. When they, like,
You still have
officially
time to
launched
be
Onslaught
my
mode. Made a bunch of descendant balance changes. Played that, made a few builds. Didn't end up finishing the builds. That's why they didn't get uploaded, but I had a good time.
Functionally, animal torture. This tends to wear away at one's enthusiasm.
And this was you ending your resignation. Unmatched quality.
Everybody singing la 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 la.
Here. Take it back outside. Luck is on my side. That must have stopped me. That's what I was looking for.
No crashes going into the vending machine. Don't bring that back, please.
Odd.
The skeleton of Terra Morphus. The timekeeper had it transported here from Pandora. A very short man in a red shirt sold it to us for considerably less than it was worth. Said he didn't care because money wasn't useful for anything on Pandora.
It's a mistake to launch without any slaughter circles. But, like, I don't know. I've talked about it plenty already, but still just doesn't make any sense to me. None of it makes any sense. The thing about it is, like, it's not even that it launched without takedowns or
That would defeat the entire point.
a raid boss or circle of slaughter. Like, obviously, I would have loved if it launched with a takedown, a raid boss, circle of slaughter, you know, any of the pinnacles of Endgame of BO3. We had none. The frustrating and very confusing part about BO4 was that we got new endgame activities, and if those new endgame activities were great, you know, I would have been eating good, you know what I mean? And they said that the endgame was like their biggest endgame yet or whatever, and that endgame was like replaying story missions for one piece of legendary. Like, I still to this day have played like maybe 10 total of those like weekly wildcard missions, because they're just not endgame. They're not good. They're not fun. You know what I mean? Like, if that had been some fucking sick endgame content, you know, it would have been different. But it was never good, and it still to this day hasn't turned into good content. That was like my concerned issue. You know what I mean? Like, if they wanted to cook up some new endgame, sick, I'm here for it. But that was not endgame. Replaying story missions with dialogue in it for one piece of loot is not endgame.
Is at hand.
Y'all give me some stacks. Thank you. you.
Another fight for and you think you bet against me?
Oh, there goes all my loot.
Expect that. Not often wrong.
Speaking from experience, you'll get used to it.
Build is this? We're on a reworked Gloam Reaper.
Access to the station armory. Help yourself.
So,
They
what is
changed
next,
Gloam,
Unless you've any intention of
and
I am bereft.
it functions quite differently than it used to. It's still very powerful,
limitless hedonism.
but I never got around to updating any of our cash builds after the changes. We're gonna do that. This video finished rendering? We still got some tweaking to do with our skill tree. It's not quite done yet. I want to test some stuff. Drew, thank you for the another 5 gifted bomb to Society, Stock, Lakeness, Icy, and Demon Diesel. If you gotta give it some, make sure to say thank you and Journey, but if you make your supply sector to the Discord, what the blue button.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Holy shit. Little man, right, with the 20 gifted bomb. What the fuck? Little man, right, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Give subs to Muckball, Wild Lemon, Beta Wolf, Eno Bless, Eubanks, Victoria Secret, Dr. Two-Face, Magic Mike, Pandemic, Euro, Big Hat Mac, DiGiorno, Soul Collector, Marquee, Red Terror, Price, Schnober, Sir Not, Woofy, and Twisted Minivan. If you gotta give it a sub, make sure to say thank you and journey with your sub.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh, I just realized there's no music in that scene. Let me add music to that scene.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Cool. Do I have a core in my backpack? I definitely do not. We definitely do not. Documents. What was I looking for? New weapon. About the end game discourse was all sides were correct. All sides. Wait, what are the two sides? We're gonna do one more run and then we're gonna make this thumbnail. Enhancer's kind of nutty on Glum. Yo, that gun is quickly becoming one of my favorites. My good one's on my Harlow. I got a jailbroken Gatling right now. I don't think I have a Juliet's Dazzle on here, but it's really good.
Drink as many as you want. They are not me. Try not to touch me.
SMG Stray. SMG Stray kind of goated for this mobbing content. If you were doing this on Harlow, I don't think you would need the SMG roll. Like Cash very much benefits from it. Oh my God. Bod. I gotta check if I've got some good non-sticky buds. I think my Amon was using non-sticky buds. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was. I don't know if they're level 50 or 60 though.
Do not fear death. You are barely alive and bring more friends next time. Feeling lucky?
Where's my weighted drops? Torg impact bod is unnerved. Only sticky bod got nerfed. Well, that's a good point. I don't really think about it like that. Wait. That's not true. Is it? Didn't they nerf the bod scaling? That should apply to both. No? They nerfed stickies and bod scaling. Or is it bugged? This is M20. This is M1. Nah, we just did our first takedown on this save file. Oh, another pearl. Ah, Herald. What in the fuck? Oh, no. Oh, okay, he came down. He was in the ceiling. Gearbox spaghetti code? Wait, are you serious?
That's what I was looking for.
Does it specifically need to be impact? Or just any non-sticky? Who's your favorite vault under? Harlow. Non-Torg is much weaker. What, with using, high caliber? You talking about like with high caliber, like double hitting impact? Or just in general? Looking at fiending for more bod gameplay. I'm not addicted, I swear. I'm just trying to understand what people are saying that the impact bod is unnerved. That doesn't make sense to me. But to be fair, most of the things in this game don't make sense. I don't have my firmware fully set up on this yet. But with the slow firing projectiles of the Stray, I actually think we might go high caliber 2. What projectile speed will make the Stray feel a little bit more snappy.
Show me what this fuss is all about.
What? The This boss didn't spawn. Thank you, sir.
Oh, never mind.
Call your dad to explain it. You know, I actually spoke with my dad fairly recently. I did a little made a little bit of an oopsie recently. So we have a car. My siblings and I all live in New York right now, and we share a car so that we can get out of this city. And the axle on that car is like very much dented. It needs a pretty expensive repair, and my dad is like very, very particular with car repairs. And so he only lets any car that's in our family get repaired by this one repair dude in like Boston. Almost said Boston, Massachusetts. And he took the car there. And Steph was up there recently, and my dad had asked if we would bring the car back to New York, and I said sure, no problem. We were traveling up there soon, but she was there now, so I told her to take the car home. And so she did. She brought the car back, and then my dad was like, "Hey, where the fuck's the car?" And I'm like, "It's back in New York." And apparently it hadn't been repaired yet. So now I gotta bring it all the way back to Boston again, because he ordered like a new axle for it. Whoops. And that part is very, very heavy, so I can't really get shoved. Dingus, yup.
Watch where you step.
My insurance totaled mine because of a small dent on the bag and effed me out of a car this week. Yikes. That is no fun. I am sorry. Thankfully, I don't like... Well, I don't really own a car right now. I just have this like shared family car. Don't go in menu. I know, I'm learning.
So that is what bad luck looks like. Born from the beyond. Your call, Kanansi. Find the shotgun!
Do I have 100% completion on Borderlands 3 on Steam? Don't think so, no. I've got 5k hours in Borderlands 3 and I don't even have 100%. I'm weird. I don't care about achievements in video games. Like, I've never been, like, a completionist. Like, I think I'm missing one achievement on Borderlands 3 to 100%, and I've never even bothered to look or go do it. I don't know. I just not... It's not, like, a motivator for me. I'm weird. Yeah, we, like, just got our SDUs. I still don't even have full SDUs on this game. Well, I got all the weapon ones, but I don't have. I haven't even. I had 85 points. I haven't even spent one in lost loot. Yeah, I'm an incompletionist exactly. At 4K OLED. Oh, I was looking at OLED monitors recently. I need to get one. My stream monitor is 1080p and my gaming monitor is 1440p. Neither are OLED though, but I've had them for like a few years. I like a Samsung Odysseys. Would recommend. I've been playing a game on my phone. That sounds terrible to say out loud, but it scales some of your stuff off of your achievements. And if you had something that scaled off of your achievements, like you got like extra 10 ammo in your reserves per achievement or something, I'd care about it. But until then, it doesn't bother me. Loveless will be crazy. Yeah, power creep him. Let's do it. This new class mod seems insane. It potentially is good. The only thing is I don't think it rolls points into Gloom. So it might just be worse. If it rolls points into Gloom, though, it could be kind of wild. I haven't looked into it. That was the first one I've gotten to drop. It gets points in the wilds. In the wilds. Which one's that? Arms around me. Why is this gun poop brown? Whoopsies, pasted too many. underneath. Cool. Your Infinicrit Harlow is doing no damage. Really? That's not supposed to happen. Harlow is the first person I beat the raid bosses with. I do apologize for not covering that. I, would have loved to. Unfortunately, bad timing. That update was originally slated for a month prior, and then they got delayed it a month, and it landed right on top of Path of Exile's new season, and I really wanted to play that. You post an updated build for Harlow. Not yet. Probably should do that. We'll do Harlow, I guess, first, because she's already finished, and then finish working on this cash build. You don't know exactly what you're doing wrong. You're running out of ammo on Infinicrit. What? That definitely shouldn't be possible. What weapons are you using? You could look for mag size rolls. You could potentially look for a mag size roll on your artifact. As long as you're hitting things, exactly. The only reason you'd be running out of ammo is if you're reloading, and you should never have to reload. If you're reloading, you're missing. So if you're missing, then you go for mag size so that you have higher time before you could proc a reload if you are not procking. You make sure you got an point into excited state, potentially. Don't missing a point in excited state. Yo again. Feel it when you kiss me. You posting that vid now? Yup. It'll be up in the next 5 minutes. Let's see. How does this look? Yo, guys, what is up? Max and Borderlands 4 video, and today I wanted to talk to you guys about basically is more feels really good. The underbarrel only has 1 capacity right now, but if I had just killed 4 enemies, this reads chum the water. Every bullet that hits enemies applies 1 stack of chum. At 20 stacks of chum, the enemy. Cool. That's done. You go. Pink gun had to click. Yes, sir. Yeah, it looks nice. Right on the takedown on Rava yet? Nope. I am excited to try, though. I haven't played Rava since he got nerfed. People say he's horrible, which I kind of have a hard time believing. But maybe? You can't kill bosses. What gun are you using to shoot at bosses with? Really struggling to kill the Inferno Clip Platinum. Time after the bod nerf. I haven't found perfect shot yet. So can't use mobbing. Been perfectly fine. You don't want a sticky bot anymore. Apparently, Impact is the new sauce. I still really like the scoot and shoot if you don't have a Shala. I do think Shala is like, I mean, if you don't have an impact bod, Shala is probably up there for the top single target damage you could do. It's pretty fucking broken. Your most recent Gloam build still good or using an updated one? Oh, I had to change a lot of stuff. Gloam itself, oh, you can go through that window? I never knew that. I always run all the way around. Cool. So Gloam is no longer skill damage. It's gun damage now. Which I was not aware of. And also it drains overshield, whereas before you just needed to maintain overshield. So we have to spec Green Tree. Green Tree has overshield lifesteal. And once you spec that, it helps the build out a lot. Because then you can all of a sudden sustain Gloam. You try Katagawa's on Gloam. I'm pretty sure I have tried Katagawa's on Gloam, but not since it got reworked. Impact bod is great on Harlow. I have to check if I have any good impact ones. Falling into love, no. Impact bot is the best bossing. I mean, I'm not sure if that beats the Shala. It, on paper, should. I would need to try for myself to tell you which one's the best. Shala's pretty fucking gross, though. Shala Mayhem 20 on Infinite Crit Harlow kills Child of Terra before it can do any mechanics or do anything, and just shoot it and then it's dead. Yeah, you do have to have a little bit of a trigger finger for Shala, which some people don't like. I don't mind, personally. Sure, Terra meets the water. Yes. If you are using the Shala Shashka, it's very important that you shoot enemies low down. Knees, ankles. Terra, like, right where he's at the water. Otherwise, the projectiles will go too far and not, like, multi-impact. That is, by the way, so far, my favorite interaction in BL4. Favorite interaction. Feels very Borsplosion-y. When's your new vid gonna be live? It's already posted. Yo, they should let us slide backwards in this game. Little omnidirectional movement. That should be kind of cool. Will you be posting the cash build? Yes, sir. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be up tomorrow. If not, tonight. Kind of doubtful tonight, though. Black Ops gamer, unfortunately. It was cool. Can't lie, it was cool. You think there's any players that think there's any people that just like kind of bought Borderlands and don't really like look at discourse online or anything? It's their first Borderlands. They hopped in in the past like week or two and think that legendaries are a tier above pearlescent. It's possible. I definitely have been getting more pearls in this content than legendaries. I don't honestly mind, to be honest. I fought my fight against the whole pearls need to be rare. It's whatever. They're fun to get. Shala alone could have been a pearl. Yeah. That's a wild take. I would assume they would think purple would be better than both those. Purple? Wait, why purple?
Big money, big money. I have a kill to pick with your luck.
Let me in. Incoming pearl in 3, 2, 1. Slide. Bang.
Send more my way. I am hot.
Scammed.
Tear them down.
Nice purple agrees. I swear he usually drops me a pearl. He's been very kind to me lately. Can I impact him with a grenade? Speak of the devil! Gray is clearly the superior weapon. I mean, technically at this difficulty, you'd find more legendaries and pearls than you would grays. Whoa! Holy shit. See, now that you say that, why is purple here higher than yellow? Like, I think... Well, I don't even know what this color is. Pink? Holy shit, this thing can roll elemental? Oh, yo, I'm gonna need a radiation swan song with Jacobs for Harlow. That's crazy. That's insane. They usually roll hella parts. Interesting. I've yet to see one with elements, and that's like my 7th that I've seen. Yo, yeah. Apparently, all high rank enemies have higher loot chances for legend and pearls. Yup. As they should. You meant well. Which stray are you using? Jacob's Daedalus SMG. Mine's non-elemental, which pros and cons of getting one with an element or not. I kind of have to rely on my grenade and hot hand right now to proc alchemy, which is procking a good amount, but do have to throw the grenades sometimes because this isn't like the most reliable. This is really my only way of getting windfall stacks right now. You said...
Redundant waste. Not taking that one. Don't hit the player. I feel lucky. Turn your back on me. Charge and ready to go. You should run. I feel lucky. I always make time for the little things. I have a kill to pick with your life. Another timekeeper pit. Scrapped. Lucky me.
Yeah, we'll have some build guides for the takedown.
This is going to be personal. Feeling lucky? Lucky me!
Is there anything worth in the new vault card? I didn't try the shield or I think it's the ordnance yet. Carmano is solid. Thank you.
I am betting on myself.
Did Borderlands 4 sell as well as BL3?
Practical, precise, and perfect.
You know what's interesting is yes and no, I think. Borderlands 4 was like top 3 best-selling games of last year. So it sold really well. But I don't think it sold as well as BL3.
Just what I was looking for.
I did the check. Does anyone know the like actual facts about that? I'm curious. BL4 versus BL3 sales. Borderlands 4 achieved the highest launch month dollar sales in franchise history. Its initial unit sales and volume are trailing those of BL3. So basically, Borderlands 3 sold more, but it was a cheaper package. Borderlands 4 made more money, but it was more expensive. Borderlands 3 sold 5 million copies in its first 5 days and sold 23 million lifetime units. Borderlands 4 sold 2.5 million copies. But that's because it launched at a higher price tag. I didn't know that Borderlands 4 had, like, technically half the sales of BL3, though. That's pretty insane. They lost a bit of goodwill, how they handled Wonderlands. Yes, with, like, the core Borderlands fan base. I think they lost more of it with BL3, though. Like, people were very, very upset with how Wonderlands was handled. But at the same time, like, I think the general public didn't really play Wonderlands. It was more so BL3 that made opinions change, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, dude, my buddies that, like, love Borderlands and play Borderlands didn't even know Wonderlands was a Borderlands game. They only heard about it from me. Underwater Takedown did not have any of that. Yeah, unlucky. Wonderlands was so good, though. I liked Wonderlands, too. Wonderlands was very nice. They, fumbled the post-launch of it super hard, though. I genuinely don't think I would argue with you if you said to me that Wonderlands was the best base launch Borderlands game that we've gotten. It felt the most complete to me. You had story, you had a bunch of builds, you had a concrete endgame that was actually designed really well. You had 4 raid bosses on launch. There was quite a bit of builds. Biggest issue with Wonderlands on launch was honestly there wasn't really much dedicated farming. It was kind of just Chaos Chambers, and then that never evolved from that. It just kind of stayed as just being Chaos Chambers. Leonardo, I think the 7 months. We're into DLCs, not actually DLCs. They were so much not DLCs that they didn't even call them DLCs.
Feeling lucky?
They were PLCs. What was the difference? The PLCs were like they were a bit more like bounty packs, but even smaller. A PLC, what they did with them was they were like they were basically just a different Chaos Chamber layout that you would do. And once you beat it, if you wanted to play the next difficulty, you'd have to wait a week. And then there was different dedicated drops locked behind each week. So like, imagine this Takedown update. You could farm to Mayhem 4 this week, and you had to wait till next week to get to Mayhem 8, and then the next week, Mayhem 12. And there was pieces of loot behind each thing. But, like, imagine this Takedown was, like, 1/8 the size, and you could beat it in about 4 minutes. That was a PLC. The PLC is, like... If once again, like, they could have been fine if it had gotten like actual real DLCs on top of it. You know what I mean? Them being quite literally the only post-launch support for the game is what really hurt. Well, it usually doesn't drop me many legendaries. PLC is too similar. Yeah. Holy shit. Torg Jacobs. Hey, yo. Please, I tried this the other day. I was kind of underwhelmed with it, but that's a pretty godly roll. What's what are the perk rolls on this? Oh, it can roll into this. While Windfall is active, Cash and his companions deal random bonus elemental damage. Interesting. Could be neat. And you get a bunch of gun damage from this with big bonus damage on top. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for like a +4, +5 into that. That's a +3. It's not bad. And it rolls dealers. Oh shit. We could do a run with it on. See how it feels. Not really spec how I'd want to spec for it, but we could just try it with our current setup and see what happens. Wild stacks vigorish. Vigorish. Which one is that? Blue. Blanking on what that one is. Oh, it's here. Whenever Cash does gun damage with an action skill, his guns give bonus elemental damage of that type. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if this would give us enough juice to spec out a gloam. I mean, we're losing 5 points into it, so... Well, it looks worse currently. But I'm also not really on a setup for it. I feel like it's gonna be very hard to compete with 10 out of 5 into Gloam for feel on a gun build. It's pretty fucking broken, to be honest.
Friends from beyond.
But to my knowledge, Gloam benefits from gun damage, so still should be technically good. We lose the easy gaining and stacking a little bit.
Time to do some big damage.
For bone total, the less health the bone total has, the greater the gun damage. Windfall skill. Well, Windfall is active. Um. Could try speccing a little bit differently for that. I was gonna say you could try getting out of Gloam, but I don't think you'd want to be honest. Like maybe you could go for like an Annie up round, but if you go Annie up, then you know, kind of negates the whole 40% gun damage per gun totem, because then you're just gonna have crazy diminishing returns on more gun damage because you already have Annie up damage. So like doesn't really make a ton of sense to do that.
Here is what you want.
You loaded in today and all your iridium was gone. Yikes.
Auction time, people, capture one.
sec. You teleport in.
Divine seal on that one. Big money, big money. Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty.
I mean, this is looking pretty good. I don't think it's better than just 10 out of 5 into Gloom, though, but
What will it be?
does look pretty good. How many totems does it say I have? Isn't there a UI element that says how many totems I have? I'm pretty sure there is. I don't see it right now, though.
Shiny, redundant, wait. Let's tear them down.
I mean, I could just see the little numbers. That's 6. 6 the max. I think 6 might be max. I don't think it says. I don't know if we can have more than 6, though.
Shaking things up.
Wouldn't Gloam exist? Unless you're doing, like, Annie-up COV. Or, like, Hot Slugger. Then, yeah, I'd agree with you.
Big money, big money.
The rep kit that heals you on creds. I have not. No. Not yet. Trying to think who would really care about that. The people that would use the heal on crit is builds that use kill spring. It's like that's obviously a kill spring alternative.
Another fight goes my way.
I don't think I used kill spring on infinite crit. I'm pretty sure we just rock
Do not fear.
war pant. Don't really need healing. I like kill spring on Vex. Could be a Vex alternative.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. Big money, big money. The game is done. Feeling lucky? Looks like we have some avenging to do.
The new one has to be active. Oh, really? I didn't look at that. It has to, you have to click it in order to heal on crits? Oh, yeah, no, that's not replacing the kill spring. Unlucky. Yeah, noticeably worse on bosses without Wind Rider. Paired with brimming vigor. Do I have one? I don't think so. No. What class mod? I'm using trainer that we just picked up right now. Just testing it out. 40% increased gun damage per bone totem.
What will it be? That's the kick I needed.
I believe the new one is also passive, but the rolls on it have like a 1 to 3 second duration. Also, for a normal 15k HP character, you need 60 critical hits for full HP. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't looked too much into it. Is it flat health on crit? If it's flat health, it's a whole lot less appealing. Technically. Kind of depends on your character. Holy, they're flying, Batman. When full health, 50% increased melee damage on Amon. But how is that better than the kill spring? You know what I mean? A buckshot? On bosses. Okay, fair enough.
Should have quit while you were ahead.
3 minutes? Really? I don't control ads on YouTube streams. I can set them on Twitch, but not on YouTube. New Daedalus Shotgun is a beast with stickies? Wait, which one? Swan Song?
I have a gear to pick with your last one.
Did I hear about Twitch pre-rolls are getting longer? Nope.
This is going to be fun.
Drop me a pearl.
On me.
Unlucky day. The one thing about this takedown is that I've done this takedown so many times, I can't keep the order of the room straight in my head. They all just kind of blend together. The, like, section 1 and section 2 don't feel, like, different. Oh, shit. Actually, the first time that this has worked correctly.
What is your wager?
Man, when are you gonna drop me legendaries? Yeah, Twitch said there's an issue with ads on Twitch, so their solution is to change pre-roll ads from 90-second pre-rolls. What the fuck? Really? No, I missed this news. Holy shit! If that was a 4-3, I think that would quite literally be a perfect class mod. That's 5 into the damage dealt, 2 into the kill stacking. Swan can roll Jacobs. Yup, I have one in Jacobs. It can roll Ripper? Jesus Christ. Oh, this might just be the best weapon in the game. Not actually, but it's pretty fucking crazy. It might be. It's pretty good.
Always make time for the little sins.
Is Stray any good on Vex? Stray is good on Vex, but you need crit chance. So if you're gonna use Stray on Vex, it's very helpful to use the I'm blanking if it's the Reapers, the Reapers or Specters, but they can give you like 30% gun crit. And then you can get like another, was it 15 from her skill tree, another 20 from an enhancement, and then all of a sudden Stray's very good on Vex. But you need a little bit of crit chance. That's the one thing on the Strays. You need crit chance. Four in kill skill effectiveness. Maybe. You could do the math on that. What What does that put us at? 13. Cool. Has Baby Shark ever snuck into the mix of this stream? No. Why crit chance? With a Jacob's roll so it can ricochet. You're using the strife for mobbing. You want it to be ricocheting, it's not going to be ricocheting unless it's critting. Tis why. Yours is only 50%. I'm not talking about crit damage. I'm talking about crit rate. Crit damage is not important. I mean, technically it is important, but that's not what makes the stray good. I mean, crit chance. You want crit chance so that you get the ricochets? I'm gonna try the Juliet Sparkle and Harlow. Yup, one of my new favorites for her. So good. Actually, so much fun. Where the hell is this guy going? What's good on Harlow? Any gun that shoots bullets. Harlow's pretty good with just about anything you give her. My favorites are the Shala. Pashala, Stray, Julius Dazzle, Cyclone, Bod, Scoot and Shoot. The Swan Song, Shoal. Beefy boy, beefy boy. What specializations are we rocking? I actually haven't gone and checked. Okay, we definitely don't need caffeine. Oh my god, doesn't really do anything for us anymore. Contamination's actually pretty helpful. Groundbreaker. Yeah, I guess Groundbreaker would be good. I think you have to melee things, though. Which, I don't really want to do. Contamination should help us build stacks more reliably. Groundbreaker and the totem that gives you melee damage. Isn't that Mighty 9? Wasn't there something weird with totems and glow interacting? I'll try it. 43% more, 27% more. Oh, that's definitely better. You're right. Definitely better. Fuck the Hellwalker treatment. Give it the Lob treatment. Whoever accidentally sat on their keyboard and buffed the lob by 1,200%, we need you.
Feel the thrill? Time to do some big damage! Pay no attention to me! I feel lucky! What will you leave behind? Sit more, my way. I am hot. It only took me forever.
Clap. You might have been onto something with the groundbreaker totems. So what? I put totems on the other day, and I was using 3 of them, and someone said don't do that because it steals gloam procs. What totem was that? Was it Dirty Dozen? Or like I didn't fully understand that. Give me ammo, please.
Let it roll! Watch where you step!
Protector totem bricks it. Dirty Dozen, 3's Company, 5 Heavenly. Protectors will send spawn protector totem that grabs cash as allies over shield when it spawns. Because protectors against allies increase fire rate and reload speed based on how much shields they have. You're saying this deals gun damage? Interesting. So we should be able to use Dirty Dozen, no? Because Dirty Dozen would mean that we like constantly gain and instantly lose our fortune stacks. Why does that one break it though? Apparently it steals gloam procs? I'd have to test. We could spec into the... No, never mind. Heavenly Sevens is the one you want most? Heavenly Sevens. Now you're saying this is the good one? Interesting. We got some testing to do. We'll do some testing. We'll figure it out.
That must have stuck.
Which one procs Groundbreaker? Middle green that gives you added melee damage.
Blame the dice.
Why in the hell? These guys just like didn't spawn. Crazy. I think the 77 months. Appreciate that.
I owe 77.
Three's company totem works with Groundbreaker. Interesting. Haven't stopped by in a hot minute. We're doing well. Good to see ya. I'm so addicted to. Tush, tush, tush.
Practical, precise, and perfect to blast.
Def curious on the augments. You're seeing a bunch of conflicting info. The only thing that I'm trying to figure out is, I don't know. It's gonna be a little awkward to test.
Just got my eyes on maneuver. Prince from the eye.
Be a little awkward to test.
You will perish at my
Thank you. They pull out the like convergence or broken wings or something for those guys. Oh, hello, invisible enemy. Another one? My pearl! Huh. Gearbox, we gotta talk about this. Yeah, why can't we swim? Shotgun damage. Torg sticky martial claw. Torg sticky martial claw. Alright, let's do a little respec action. What? End the mission. Ah. He can't sleep knowing nothing alone. Don't think dirty. One point alchemy.
That's a lot of damage.
No, you lost someone, but it's killing me slowly. I'm just gonna try it. Let's put 1 point there. Grab our 25% fire right there. Testing totem interactions with Glum. Yes, sir. Exclamation mark XP Iron Chef. How you doing today, Samurai? I think the 5 months. Mighty 9. Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense for Heavenly to work with that. This will be fun and not a pain. True. Is that sarcasm? You would never be sarcastic, Panda, would you? I've never known you to be sarcastic. A little close to that barrel there, where Harlow would be dead. This looks kind of good. 40% fire, it's very welcome. The dice a little too much? Yeah. What gear nade are you using? A waterfall with the alchemist roll. Honor, what's the gun you're using? The Stray. Am I tripping or does this look way better? Like we're just killing way faster on a higher difficulty. No? Under respecing unless you select a capstone? What? That can't be true. I do remember that, Sienna.
Shining redundant west.
Slide. There we go.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. That is the way the dice roll. Just favor me.
Dude, we're clearing so much faster. It might, maybe one of the totems is stealing blown procs. But 40% increased fire rate, I feel like kind of makes up for it. You know what I mean? Like if it's stealing every once in a while a proc of glum. Air quotes. Oh. I really want that with Ripper. You play with the jailbreak and Garling? No. I have one in my backpack, but I haven't really used it yet.
Nancy speaks. Gunning for blood.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it to try. Just for you. Oh, what a mighty Vault Hunter.
I'm looking forward to my big anniversary soon. Well, how'd you know about that?
Come on, big win. Look there.
It was a pearl? Wait, what? Really? I was just a legendary, no? What anniversary are you talking about? What do you mean there was a pearl? Are you fucking with me? It was on your map? Interesting. Hunter Killer. Thank you. Oh, it was the Gomi. Yeah, I ran by that. Interesting. It's also my wedding anniversary in a few days. I was like, how the fuck do you know about that? I skipped my honeymoon for TFT. That's not true. I just didn't go on one until after TFT. Stupid. Good dice, good dice. New to BL4, where should I farm purple class mods? Ripper drill sites are pretty solid. The new slaughter shaft mode might be a good source for them, honestly. My camera's kind of in a bad spot. It's blocking the timer right now. Just say we look back at the VOD to check the time difference, but I don't think we'll be able to see as my camera is in the way.
Another fight goes my way.
Cash over Harlow. Like, in terms of which one's better, which one do I prefer? You're hunting for a 5K crow source? Ooh, I wish you best of luck. Better and prefer. I don't know which one's technically better. I still prefer Harlow over Cash, personally. But Cash has got way more build diversity than Harlow. So, like, builds, viable, good, fun builds, I'd say Cash. Harlow, still my favorite, with just, like, infinite crit consistency is just ridiculous. I think Cash should, on paper, out DPS her, though. He should out DPS her. Um, Bro, this gives 60% reload speed. Jesus Christ. Where did I put our extra point? Should we get a little wacky? Let's technically more fire right here. This gives us 8 times 5. 4 times 5 is 20. 20% of reload speed. 8. That's 28. Ten, 5, 33 plus this is 40, and then 0.2 times 60. It's 1285. Uh, 15 times. Is 9. 8.5. 40. This is probably not necessary, but 60 times 0.3. 18. Hold on. 3 points here because this 1.5% more fire rate. Glad we did the math. Let's go. Let's run it again. Huge. Big min-max. Big min-max. I'm just as lost as you. Is what needed for Gloom. You know, there's a respec machine in the Takedown. Of course, yeah, definitely super aware of my surroundings. Definitely knew that. Just wanted to view the mountainside real quick. Yup.
That's what I was looking for. Charge and let to go. Pronouncing speaks. Get your gun for an autograph.
Left and solo.
Just try to
On Mantra Vex, nice.
another fight for silence. What is your razor? That's what I was looking for.
This build isn't posted yet. We're still working on it. Seems about 1.3% faster. Yes, sir. We'll do some tests. We'll do some tests. I just want to get to MAM 20, and then we can do some timed runs on 20 with some different specs and like see which one is performing the best. Beautiful. Say I'll stand for something. Slide. Thank you. Sometimes it feels like if I don't slide, like if I do like a little it doesn't quite proc. Like I need to like do the whole animation. I don't know if that's true or just a feeling. Sweet and confrontation. Beautiful. Ready to go. Windfall Brock. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. I'm gonna go. Yo, cheesecake. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What will it be? Another fight goes my way. Lucky me! I always make time for the little things. Betting on me.
What the fuck? Go away, sir. Hello. What's up, dude?
Taking things up. You will not be defeated. Oh, I love it. It's right. I have ideas to go with the Think as many as you want. They are not me. This more my way. I am hot. You will be food for the cannon.
Whoopsies. What if I wanted to break the Gomi with fucking with Ripper? Haven't found one yet. I got a lot of Gomies, no Ripper Gomies.
Do not fear death. You are very alive and let them hope you are lucky.
Break me down.
Live to kill.
Kind of weird there's no ammo machine before the boss, right?
You are going to feel this.
You would think. Made down.
Come on, big win.
Holy shit. Where'd that chunk come from?
I'm just gonna lie here.
By the way, have any of you gotten a shiny from this boss yet? Have his flesh bar gone before it popped, right? Damage? Question mark.
Now that's a lot of damage.
I haven't seen one yet. Usually by this time I'd have found one. So now I'm curious if it can. Have anyone in chat gotten a shiny yet from this boss? Break me down. I don't think you can from him. That's kind of what I've been seeing. I'm not sure if that's true or not, though. Alright, we have now unlocked Mayhem 20 on Zakash. We're gonna do 2 tests. I don't know what actually caused the chunk. My big DPS. We're gonna do 2 tests. First test is with augments. We're gonna use augments. Second test will be without augments. And we'll see which one does better. I'm not going to run the entire takedown because that would take a bit. I think I'd rather run one section multiple times. But I think we go to the mid-bosses, kill the mid-bosses, time that. And then to the mid-bosses, kill that. And then, like, if they're, like, really similar or, like, if there's some weird bug or inconsistency, we'd do it again. We're gonna use the in-game timer, because that should be the easiest. I'll probably time it as well myself. Let me move the... Oop, that's my border. Where's my camera? That should be a good spot. Shouldn't. Do it. Should we run our own timer? No, probably not. What would be the point? Should be accurate. Alright, the only thing we're going to change is augments or not augments. We'll see. Don't like that. Yeah. Shut up. Alright, time to game. My arm feels funny. I don't know why. Sorry. So we'll clear all 3 mid bosses and then like peep timer. Boom, boom, boom.
Do not fear death. You are barely alive and breathing. Life training
Ah, shit.
experience.
My, thing isn't really tied to my screen.
Chrome against titanium? I do not like your eyes. Order splash. Right for the shoot.
Should hopefully be fine. That guy got exploded.
Better to risk it all than we can't do.
Wow, Dingus mate isn't even recording. That's okay. You make the mid bosses respawn. I did hear about that. I don't know why you would want to do that though, unless I'm missing something. Like, they don't really drop loot. So, like, what is making them respawn do for you? I've killed them probably like 50 times now. I think I've seen like 3 legendaries from them.
Another timekeeper pit.
On chain.
Let it go. Oh, never mind.
Jesus Christ, dude. I think we got here one of them builds. We got one of them builds. Alright. It's like 23:15 left. Yeah, one of them builds right there. Alright, let's run it back. Why is he not using the slide skill, but still sliding? Did I forget to put a point in there? I meant to put a point there. Maybe I'm just stupid. $23:16 time left on kill. Oh, you're right. I did forget to put a point there. Whoopsies. That's probably why it felt a little inconsistent sometimes.
Load him up and let him fly.
Alright, we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen, though. Running it back. No augments. We probably should put 1 point into the slide skill.
Hope the timekeeper kept your warning, see? Here is what you want.
Okay, I can tell you off of this room alone, there's just no way that this is
I
faster.
am betting on myself.
Oh, whoops, I was in sniper mode. There we go, now we got our fire rate back.
Come on, big win. Do not be afraid. I always make time for the little things. Shaking things up. Good luck, dodging this. That's the kick I needed. Machine versus machine.
Pretty clean there.
Big money, big money. Hope the timekeeper kept your warning, feel the thrill? Rip from the eye.
Even Everything's the best pearl override element. I feel like that kind of depends on what your base element is. Or if you have a base element. Honestly, kinetic's pretty good, depending on the weapon. Ooh, shit, I tapped out. Also pretty fast.
Big money! I have a gear to pick with your life. Another fight plus my wound.
I feel like this is gonna be honestly pretty close. We'll say.
Nancy speaks. The anticipation.
That's Takedown. It's pretty good. I don't think quite as good as the Mile 1 Takedown, but it's pretty good. This is Mayhem 20.
Big money! Not taking that one off. I look here. Bring your bullet there.
I don't think I need to kill that enemy back there.
Blazing light. What will it be? It's
Mind.
practical, precise, and perfect. Bliss from beyond. The last here, Chrome against titanium? I do not like your eyes. Just what I was looking for.
Wow, that went through the wall there. I've noticed that on a few things that like go through walls. Oh, we were on shotgun mode. Hello, sir. That is awfully kind of you to jump right in front of me. Awfully kind of you. Time. 22, what was it, 40 something? 2240 versus 2316. So it's slightly faster. Not by like too much though. What were the 2 times? 2316 remaining. Okay. Is radiation override of ice a good override on a pearl? Very good, yeah. Very good. Any sort of, like, covering dual elemental weaknesses will always be pretty solid. Alright, so first one was faster with augments. We should put 1 point into Dusty. We could do like a test on bosses as well. Bosses die so fast though, it would be like the difference of like probably milliseconds. Harlow build messes with his Rava. How so? Like he doesn't like the visuals of the Harlow action skill? I think his fire rate goes too high. I would change Rafa things then, not Harlow things. Me personally. I know I don't. This is level 20. I was gonna reach him. Get him.
Luck is on my side.
Wait, there's still someone alive? Fuck.
You are going to feel this. A small diversion.
It's 20 harder than hardcore. 20 is more than twice as hard as hardcore. If I'm not mistaken.
Come on, big win. It's not enough for the collection. Extra man for my foot. I always make time for the little things. Luck is on my side. It's never useful for one. Should have watched your hand. Nothing out of it. Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. Come on, big win. I am hot. I have a year to pick with your lot.
My stacks from the bone totems are not decay, and I'm getting 500 plus stacks with a gun damage buff. Really? I thought they fixed that. Gonna do now.
God.
We really do need that slide perk for when it does not give us our glum. Otherwise, we're kind of just at the mercy of waiting. Yeah, we need to get the slide perk. Gonna get the slide perk for consistency.
Should have watched the hands.
You can usually farm a swan song by respawning them. Really? I still have yet to get them to drop me, like, loot. The first guy dropped swan. Interesting. Oh shit, right, there's a respec machine here. I was about to leave again. One point into slidey. 1 point into alchemy. 2 points brimstone.
Even though I don't play BL4 anymore. I
Hope,
had to stop
appreciate
playing
that.
before.
Thank you. Hope, thank you for the 2 months. Lucky with the God Roll Wind Rider with 5 glum, 2 and slide with fire rate and damage dealt. Nice. I really think you want at least 1 point at a dealer's bluff, though. Dealer's bluff gives you just infinite action skill uptime. It's pretty gross. That's what's allowing me to just, like, spam out dice. I think the perfect class mod would be 1 point into dealers, 1 point into slides. You don't have to waste this point. But no points into dealers hurts, because then you just don't get to throw totems very much. Just bluff is nuts. Yup. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Been needing a weapon. What, Gomi? I still gotta get a Ripper 1. Does anyone have a good impact bod I could borrow? And by borrow, I mean never give back. I had to order some dinner. Which element?
Mancubus. Sometimes I
Um,
wonder if he always intended to give me these cards. Did I win that match? Or
none?
did he?
I think. Either that or probably radiation. Do. Meat and rice bowl. Sounds good. Yoshi time. I'll go get him. Let me test the new Amon class mod. What would you rather do? That or update Rafa? We do either. I'm down to try the new Amon class mod. Let me finish up these two builds. One doggo. Yoshi, why is it so blue in here? Hmm. He's gonna go sleep. Oh, just like that. It adjusted to the light. Yoshi, say goodbye. Bye. That dog ain't human, bro. This is true. He's a doggy. He's a doge. Howard 1.0. Word. No more Pee-wee gaming? Nah, we still got some Pee-wee stuff to do. Dude, I'm overwhelmed. We got Borderlands 4 stuff. Pee-wee, we gotta make some more updated builds. I was like halfway through 2 ones. And then we got D4 in a few days, which I am still deciding on if we're gonna cover or not. A lot going on. Elpis stars. Where does that drop from? Vault of the Damned. Wrong, he's an Ewok. True. Oh, what firmware should we use? We're gonna rock Deadeye 3. Could... Bolts Despair 2 doesn't really do anything for us. I was thinking just High Caliber 2. High Caliber 2 technically go melee damage with Groundbreaker. Is it a bad idea? Well, the Harlow build's finished. I just wanted to try an impact bot on it to see if it compares with Shala for single. But yeah, it's done. Active Fire 1. What? What's that? 3% lifesteal? I don't think that'd be worth. No? Isn't it just 3% lifesteal? It's 10% gun damage. Oh, part 2 is the 3%? I don't... Just 1 is 10%? We could do 1 then 1 high caliber, because I kind of want the projectile speed for this stray. I like that. I haven't found any of the new active fire firmware. Do we know if it drops anywhere or just the takedown? Drops everywhere. Okay. Thoughts on the Zane DLC? I really like the Zane DLC. I mean, it's like a bounty pack, so it's short. Like, there's not like that much to it, but compared to the other ones, I thought it was good. I've seen other opinions that hated it, so I don't know. But I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. Probably my favorite of the bounty pack so far. It'd probably be confusing to look at, but it would be nice if the firmware showed like an icon above it for like what firmware it was or something. Probably UI wise looks pretty crowded though. Ow. Do you have a filter on, or is just nothing dropping? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like there's not that much loot that drops in the takedowns besides like like legendaries and pearls drop, but I feel like I don't see a lot of like blues and purple. Oh, maybe I'm lying. I just don't pay attention to them. But yeah, we should check the gear, see if we can find one of the new firmwares. We'll clear this room and then like look around. Oh shit, that's right. We're checking loot. Firmware beam, firmware beam. Okay, what are the odds that not a single piece of gear here dropped with firmware? Is the takedowns like Mayhem 7 or Mayhem 20, like overriding UVH 7 and not dropping firmware? I don't think we got a single piece of gear in this entire... Oh, there's one. Gadget. A lot of rep kits. What, Mayhem? 20.
Compared to me, you are nothing.
It really should say somewhere on screen, huh? We get anything to drop in here? Yo, we found a one piece of gear with firmware. There's two bullets. No, we've changed this build like 4 times today. This is gonna be our updated Gloam Reaper. Updated Gloam Reaper. Okay. Noted. Takedown, not good firmware farm. Like we're actually getting scammed. Oh! Gadget. Skillcraft. Okay. Well, at least that's working.
You will want a good casket. Big money, big money.
Warmer, yeah. Where's the vax build? Haven't posted an updated one yet.
Just what I was looking for.
Is game good? Game's pretty far right now.
Come on, big win.
Oopsies.
Shining, sudden win. You should know.
Interesting. Sometimes it looks like I get the windfall icon and my screen isn't green, and sometimes I'm in windfall and my screen is green. I don't really know why that is. Maybe just proccing it too quickly.
What is your wager?
Uh-oh. Okay. Didn't bug. Oh, yeah.
Time to make a stand.
Oh, I tried Crossfire Cache. Yeah, we did a takedown run on Crossfire Cache. It was pretty good.
Extra bang for my buck. Put your blood back in. Shush. Charge and ready to go.
Looking for firmware. Looking for firmware. You have firmware, Atlas. Does anyone have any of this kill stacking firmware that they have found? Because we're striking out. Bio bounties are still very good XP, but if you don't want to hate yourself, Timekeeper's pretty good XP. Oh, actually, they nerfed that. Drill sites are also pretty good. I haven't tested how the slaughter shaft works for XP. Solder shaft potentially. I would be surprised if it was better than drill sites, to be honest. Why am I not gaining fortune stacks? Oh, they're technically there. They're just off to the side of the bar. They're just not being displayed. Would this be even faster with a super soldier? Maybe. I don't think we need more fire rate, I'm gonna be honest. We got a lot of fire rate. Oops, accidental groundbreaker on that guy. Can you melee Child of Terramorphous? I haven't tried yet. Is he melee friendly? Nope. Really? Ah, it's a bummer. With a Heimdall, word. I will have to give it a try. There it is.
Nancy speak.
Fuck.
I have a gift to pick with you lot.
Groundbreaker proc with a totem. Oh, you know what? That probably is what was doing that big health chunk the other time. That probably, we were wondering why he lost half of his health bar instantly. Probably a Groundbreaker proc. Broken Wings. Broken Wings is pretty good. Does anyone have a piece of this firmware that I could grab from them? Thoughts on Amon's new class mod? Haven't tried it yet. I think we're gonna do that after this. Who's got a piece of the new firmware? I was using a hopscotch there. I might try a non-siphon Watts. Might not have the shield capacity. I think you could technically get turtle on Watts. The new one or active fire? Are they different? I thought they were the same. Elpis Star. Bruisers is the new. Is it better to comment here or YouTube? What do you mean by that? I see both. Oh, we got food. Thank you. Active fire is the good one. I want active fire then. Oh, active fire is the one that came out with Thul, the raid bosses. Right? That's the one that when you shoot at like max charge it does extra damage. Charge speed one? Yeah. Okay, I don't have any of that either. Bruiser is the one where you stack up extra damage. That honestly might be pretty good. Only thing with that is it doesn't work for bosses. So, like... give me 1 second. I just got my food. Yeah, I need gear shift. All right, I added you. The headset hair. Oh no, do I have a dent? Right, I mean, you are. Sorry, I was putting sauce on my food. You were pale horses. Phosphine Scoot. Nice. But the new Clash mod feels inconsistent. Sometimes I'm getting nothing, but one time I finished sub and thaw with 1,300% gun damage and 750% skill damage. You might have bugged out one of the totems. Sometimes the totems can bug and give you, like, infinitely stacking percent gun damage. Holy shit. Harlow is so small, bro. I'm subbing though. We're gonna give it a go. I don't know if that class mod is gonna be better or worse than the new class mod. Active fire, beautiful, thank you. Good food. How many active fires do you need? I think just one. Just one. Uh, wouldn't 2 high caliber still be better than 1 active fire, 1 high caliber? I don't know if high caliber 2 applies to Gloam. It depends if that applies to Gloam or not. Both feel good, DM. You don't understand the difference between 10% weapon damage and 10% gun damage? That's my first time seeing weapon damage. I don't know if it... I don't know if it's a separate thing or not. I kind of doubt it, but you never know with this game. Hi, Yoshipo. I didn't even look. Yoshi. I'll pour you some food in 2 seconds. Will there be a new Vault Hunter? Yes. Loveless comes out in September. She looks very cyberpunk-esque. Her tagline is the hacker. Wait. I think it's the end of the Borderlands roadmap. We'll work on this in 1 second. Let me finish eating. Put on a video real quick. Torg Gyro, interesting. The DPS is ungodly low. Yep. Yeah, I noticed that as well. What is our roadmap? July 30th, we get another bounty pack. Early September. Yoshi, come here. Two more vault cards is crazy work. You like the vault cards? I think they're like, you know, they're something. I don't dislike them. I don't like them. You know what I mean? They're just kind of a little bit of a little bonus of some loot and some cosmetics. I feel like they're not like impactful enough to like have a really strong opinion on them. I do love that you can have anyone activated at any time and they don't like, you don't have any like FOMO with them. Shake, it happened to me. You gotta like crouch underneath the bounty board. It's just being difficult. Ooh, Jolt's put out his thoughts on the takedown. I'm curious to what he has to say. Watch a little bit of this, and then we'll go back to.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Today we just got some pretty good content for Borderlands 4, and I want to talk about that today. Most of it's good. There's a little bit that's questionable, but either way, let's talk about it. So if you don't know, we did get a bounty pack today called a Zane to Kill For, which is a paid DLC. It's more of a headhunter style DLC, so very, very small. And we got our first takedown for Borderlands 4, which was free content. Finally, we got a surprise slaughter shaft for the game, and this is also free content. I was actually kind of surprised by this because they didn't talk about it like before release. So it was honestly a pretty cool bonus. Alright, we're going to start with the smallest of the DLCs, and that is the slaughter shaft. If you want to access it, you just go to Carcadia Burns at Moxie's Bar, and you can find an arcade mission. Interact with it, and you can enter the DLC. Again, this is free DLC, so you can play it whenever you want and get some loot. You just got to make sure you beat the Callus mission in Carcadia Burns, and then you can access it. Anyways, for this DLC, it was overall okay. I would say like 75% good, 25% bad. And I want to get it out of the way right away. We have more order mobbing. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very tired of order mobbing. It's been all of our content for the last 9 months for this game. I really, really want to see some new enemies for Borderlands 4. Moving on here, I think that the map is really cool. I do like the layout. It's big, it's circular, and it makes a pretty good mobbing arena. There's not like, you know, too much up and down to get lost in it, or enemies being confusingly in areas where you don't find them. And just like these slaughter shafts in BL3, you have mobbing and then a boss at the very, very end. The boss is a giant bulkhead, so again, it's, you know, not new mobs really. But you can tell they have a lot of HP and they feel like a boss. Now, I was only able to do one full run on this because it does take a while. And the boss did draw me a random legendary. I don't know if you get a random legendary guaranteed, but we got a first try. Also, if you are wondering, the loot for this DLC is not anything new. If you pull a legendary out of this area, it will be something from the base game. Also, kind of glossed over it, but the mission's called Silent Crisis Timescope 5. Obviously a Time Crisis Easter egg. Love that game. So one really cool thing with the slaughter shaft they did is, after you complete a whole entire round of waves, at that point, you can either take your loot reward and leave, or push through 5 rounds of waves, and get that boss like I showed before at the very end. For each full entire round you do, you get more and more loot. But obviously if you die, you lose it all. But at the very, very end, you can check out and enter the loot room, and depending on how many rounds you completed, you get more and more loot. Based off really light testing, it seems like per round you complete, you get 1 random world drop legendary from the base game. You complete 1 round and check out, you get 1 world drop. You complete 3 full rounds and check out, you get 3 random world drops. And of course, if you complete all 5, you get 5 random legendary world drops. And it seems to be always on the right side of the loot room. Not bad. The final thing I'm going to touch on is they did give us all the machines at the start of the map. You have your firmware machine, you have ammo vendors, you have your lost loot machine, you have a respec machine. It is all there for you switching out things on the fly. Overall, the slaughter shaft is pretty solid, but again, I'm sick of fighting the order mobs over and over. I'm getting bored of them. But for free content, it's not bad, and it's a repeatable free loot farm. And if you want to, you can treat it like Endgame. Okay, moving on, we're going to talk about the new bounty pack, the Zane DLC. This is paid content, so you do have to purchase it to play it. And I'm going to start off kind of strong with this one, but this DLC was kind of mid. Even Zane couldn't carry it for me. And I did talk to my chat to make sure I wasn't like having a one-sided thought process with this DLC. Many people did find it to be lackluster. But they charged $6 for this DLC, so you could maybe, you know, say, hey, it's worth it for that price. But the DLC has a little bit of good and a lot of bad. Let's start off with the good. To enter the DLC, you go to Carcadia Burns at Moxie's Bar, and you will find a door down below. Right away, you enter the arcade, and this is a really cool area. You get to play skee ball, bowling, dance dance revolution, whack-a-mole, and air hockey. They mentioned this is the place where you go for co-op just to burn time and have fun. And you're not really getting anything out of winning the game, so you pay $1 to play the game, like one in-game dollar. And then if you win, you get like, you know, $10,000. Just for fun. Also, you'll see some loot chests in the room, and we'll talk about that in a tiny bit. Onto the DLC. You enter the arcade machine into the digital world, and the story behind it is that Zane is storing his memories in this machine. Because Zane's getting old and he's forgetting things, so he needs to store his memories somewhere. In this digital world, the memories are actual, like, Zane clones, and they all have their own personalities. But oh my goodness, somebody killed off one of the memories, one of the clones. We gotta solve this issue.
Borderlands or real life?
That's the whole TLDR of the DLC. We'll talk about what happens at the very end, so spoilers are gonna be a thing. But yeah, this DLC is freaking empty. You're running through many empty areas and then doing forced order mobbing. That's right, order mobbing. Run through more empty area, do more order mobbing. Rinse and repeat, get to the end, and fight the final boss. The only new mechanic is we have these cubes you can place down and get a little step stool to jump a little bit higher to get over the ledge. Otherwise, you're going through empty areas, grappling around, and making your way to the end of the map. I really wish I could say more about the story playthrough of this DLC, but that's literally it. But hey, for $6, maybe you could say it's worth it. Now, it's not all gloom and doom. There is one activity you can do during the DLC, and that is collect these random Zane coins floating around. For each 4 you get, you can open up the chest at the arcade. You know, the chest we talked about earlier. But these chests seem to be normal red chests, so they're not anything like special. You're just gonna pull your regular like green, blues, and purples. So I'm kind of bummed out about that. As for the other side thing, there are 2 mini bosses you can fight along the way. And these guys are more order enemies, but they do have a unique mechanic which makes them different. One guy goes immune and you have to shoot these things floating around to kick him out of it. And the other guy has a shield barrier around him you have to work around to take him out. Cool mechanic, and you can wipe out their immunity phase pretty fast. And they both have their own dedicated drops. Also, I shouldn't have to mention it, but these guys are refarmable. When you make your way almost to the end of the DLC, you're going to be kicked into the Slaughter Shaft. Yeah, the whole entire Slaughter Shaft, that is part of the Zane DLC playthrough. And you go there to get a clue to figure out who's killing off Zane's memories. Personally, the Slaughter Shaft is good content, so I don't mind that we have to play through it as part of the story mission. And then at this point, we make our way to the final boss fight and find out that Bip, Fistful,
almost a million times, really.
Memory clones,
That's
is
cool.
responsible for killing one of the memory clones. He's just the angry memory and is tired of being treated like an angry memory and wants to kill you. I will give this a positive point because the cutscene felt very, like, sincere. Basically, this clone here has Zane's memories of, like, all the bad stuff that Zane wants to forget about. The cutscene was good, the dialogue delivery was good, you could feel, like, the actual emotion in this voice. Bro's tired of all the other memories being happy and, you know, loving memories, and he's the one that gets all the bad memories. And so, that is your final boss fight. And honestly, the final boss fight was pretty good. I liked it. For this whole run, I was playing Crossfire Cash, so I actually stood there and took damage on purpose to see the boss mechanics. Because this build is so stupid, you can insta-wipe bosses without them even, you know, flinching. So I wanted to make sure I could see what they do before I wipe them out. Now, I'm not going to go through all the boss fight mechanics, but it is actually good, and Phase 2 is a giant floating Zane head. Anyways, you finish off the boss fight, and of course, this is a dedicated farm, so if you want to come back here and get some more items, you can. Somehow on the first kill, I pulled off the new pearl, so I don't know if I got really lucky, or if this thing's pretty common. I won't be going over all the loot in this DLC, but from what I've seen so far, the loot actually seems pretty cool, unique. And I feel like some of these items could be used for some very cool future builds. Anyways, you beat the DLC, and it's over. Overall, I am pretty disappointed in the actual, like, story playthrough of the Zane DLC. Don't get me wrong, the arcade is really cool, the mini-bosses mechanics are pretty cool, the loot is pretty cool, and I didn't mention it, but the music's actually pretty cool too. Oh, and who can't forget, the actual map design, very nice too. It really does give you the Claptastic Voyage DLC from the pre-sequel vibes. Beautiful DLC. But as for the mission playthrough, it was extremely hollow, there's like, just order mobbing, and there's nothing to it, like, I'm not even joking. 3/4 of the story run was literally order mobbing and nothing happening. And then the other 1/4 is the slaughter and the final boss fight. Again, it has some good in it, but there is a lot of bad, and I don't think I would want to play through it again. Also, in case you're wondering, the tokens cannot be refarmed. If you want to, like, do that whole token collection again and, like, open the regular chest, you have to do mission replay. You cannot, like, just go back in the DLC and collect them and farm chests. Overall, Zane DLC, I think could be worth $6 if you want to, like, buy it for the items and the boss fights. But if you are buying it for a good detective story or, you know, story playthrough, you're going to be let down. At the end of the day, most of these bounty packs end up just being a farming pack. Mercenary Day DLC, the Stone Demon DLC, just like Zane DLC. Like, you just go there if you find a cool item and you want to farm for it for your playthrough. I'll leave it at that. Moving on here to the final piece of content we got, which was the Hadron Abyss takedown. I saved the best for last. This takedown is good. Again, this takedown is good. So if you've been out of the loop, we did get a free takedown. That's right, free takedown for everybody. And you're basically running through a gauntlet to fight the Child of Terramorphous at the very end. A little throwback to Terramorphous from Borderlands 2. Let's go over the many good things in this DLC. For your first run, you will not have a timer and you can go through at your own pace. Over your echo, you're going to hear about Dr. Audrey Thorne not liking you being in her facility. She tells you to leave. And obviously we say no and fight our way through the facility. You might notice that we are fighting more Order enemies. That's just the theme for today. That's one of my very few negatives about this DLC, but they do kind of make up for it because we do have fish enemies later on, and there's insane dense mobbing for this takedown. So I do think that's kind of a plus, even though we're fighting the same enemies over and over. Having insane mob density does make mobbing a lot more fun. For your rooms, you're going to have mobbing, open door,
it is interesting.
Open door, mobbing, open door. It's just kind of the theme of a takedown.
I want to talk while I with my mouth full.
Child of Terra.
It is interesting.
And it was done really well. Great sound
I think
effects,
you made some
music.
very good
I
points.
didn't mention that yet, but the music in this DLC is very well
I
done.
really like the Zane DLC. I thought it was a lot of fun.
In-world, like, cutscene, if you want to call it that. It doesn't take
I get
much
his point
time,
about
and
it
you
being
immediately
empty.
go into your next mobbing segment. They got the flow
I'm
right
like
with this DLC.
much more
There's
critical
no
of the
standing around
takedown though
doing
than the
nothing.
Zane DLC,
Anyways,
to be
we start
honest.
fighting the fish people, and we start questioning, are you responsible for this, Dr. Lady? Did you do this to these poor people? She kind of shrugs it off, and you continue on. And we make our way to the midpoint, which is a triple mini-boss fight. You have Tidebreaker, Crackclaw, and Gilgathrash. And hey, guess what? They all have unique drops, or unique legendaries, I should say, and unique boss mechanics. Also, I don't know why, but this room gives me, like, Squid Game vibes. There's, like, sunshine, rainbows, and stuff, you know? As for the mini-bosses, I couldn't tell you how tough they actually are because, again, I'm using Crossfire Cache. They die in a fraction of a second. You heard from the doctor that the facility was used by the Timekeeper for experiments, aka animal torture. And yeah, that's your next bit of lore. Back to the mobbing. At this point, we have more fish people and more Order mobbing, and they're actually, like, infighting each other. So that was kind of cool to see. You still have to clear them all out, though. That's on you. Also, you might have noticed the map design is very well done. Like, you don't see these kind of, like, layouts anywhere in the base game, which is a plus. So it really does feel like you're in a brand new area. As you keep going, you're going to see more Child of Terra swimming around, and make your way into the skeleton room. This skeleton right here is Terramorphous from Borderlands 2. That guy, that is Terramorphous' skeleton. And hear this.
The skeleton of Terramorphous. The Timekeeper had it transported here from Pandora. A very short man in a red shirt sold it to us for considerably less than it was worth. Said he didn't care because money wasn't useful for anything on Pandora.
Yeah, Timekeeper somehow got Terra's skeleton to, like, Kairos, don't ask how. And short man in a red shirt, I do wonder if that's Salvador. Might be kind of a stretch, there's not, like, enough information, but what do you guys think? You think it's Salvador? We always make the short jokes.
Who else would it be?
Or maybe Typhon de Leon before he died. I don't know. Anyways, I think it is really cool to tie the lore there. And honestly,
I guess
feel a little
technically
bit
it could
bad
be
for
Typhon de
Terra.
Leon.
Poor guy's in our piece now. Anyways, up the elevator into the final encounter, Audrey Thorne saying, hey, please go back home, man. If you don't, my child will kill you. Last chance, dude. We don't listen, make our way to the final boss, and it's time for Child of Terra. Yeah, Crossfire Cache is really dumb. We kind of skipped all the mechanics, so I'll talk about that after, when I do my repeat runs. But yeah, this guy, again, it's not a raid boss. It is a boss. So they're not going to be ridiculously hard, but I will say the boss does have cool mechanics. So the doctor basically says, hey, you killed my child, here's a loot room, you deserve it. Now leave. And that is the whole story through this takedown. Now there is so much more to it, let's go over it. You now have access to Mayhem mode. You can climb Mayhem 1 through 20. That's right, there's 20 Mayhem levels.
Yoshi, how'd you get back
Basically,
in here?
These are a different scaling of UVH level. There's nothing different about it. It's just enemy gets more health, damage reduction, all that kind of stuff, yada yada yada. And it does override your UVH levels. So if you go
Ivan wasn't known for a red shirt.
UVH 7,
He was
the
usually
Mayhem
wearing
scaling will
a
override that.
hoodie, wasn't
Now,
he?
I know what you're thinking. Man, I gotta beat this content 20 times to get the max level. I thought the same thing at first, but no. They actually did a nice approach to it. At the bottom, you can see it says
The
silver,
creepy dude
gold,
from Scarlet.
rewards. +1, +2, +3.
And Tails,
Mayhem rank.
Shade.
Every future run for the takedown
Shade
will
was
be
in a red
on
shirt?
timer. Depending
Shade
on
wasn't
how fast
short,
you beat
no?
it, you can get multiple Mayhem levels in one run.
He was like
For
definitely
example,
tall.
on this run, I
right?
jumped from Mayhem 1 all the way up to Mayhem 4 because I beat it for Platinum Time. I think it's kind of a nice system, but I will say right off the bat that I still am not a fan of the timer mechanics. I get it. It invokes a different form of challenge, but the way I see it is, imagine if somebody has a like lackluster build and struggles through the takedown, but they beat it. Like, oh my goodness, man, that was crazy. Like, I can't believe that challenge was that hard. Guess what? You were too slow. You get way less loot. You didn't go fast enough. On the other hand, if you have a meta build, you crushed the content and you went fast enough, so therefore you get more rewards. And I do agree you should be rewarded for it if you beat the content. But again, the person having a harder time going through it is getting less because they weren't fast enough. I don't know, I just feel weird about it. It just takes away from like build diversity. Everybody's going to be running the same build. Actually, after I finished my stream here, I went to go watch some other people. Dude, everybody's running the same builds on the same characters. Like, it's just the way to beat it fast. And it makes me a little bit sad to see that, but again, I get it. Anyways, that's one of my few gripes. The order enemies and the timer, not a fan of it. But that is it. Like, everything else in this DLC is extremely solid. Now, after you beat a timed run, you unlock hardcore mode. And in my opinion, this is the most rewarding game mode for the takedown. You don't have to beat it fast. As long as you beat it without dying, you get the maximum reward output. But enemies will have a ton of HP and you
Same
will not
Harlow
have a
build
meta
since
build.
launch.
As long as your build's good enough, you can farm the best loot fast.
To be
So for
fair,
my first Mayhem run, you can see on the left side we have a cool visual
when they don't
timer.
change
If you beat it
anything
before 12
and there's
minute mark, you
hardly
get
any
a platinum
balance
time
changes,
and get a lot of
the
good
best
rewards
builds
out
that
of it.
were there
Also,
on
it was kinda
launch
hard
are
to show
still
off
the
in video
best
before,
builds. You
but
know what I
this
mean?
takedown's extremely long. There is a ton, and I mean a ton of mobbing. But a timer, you have 30 minutes to get through it. So
You know what
if
I
think
mean?
about
Like-
it, you have what is that? 18 minutes before you miss platinum time. So it just kind of shows how long the mobbing takes. Unfortunately for this run, I take out Terra even faster, so we don't get to see the boss mechanics yet. Again, meta build. The boss
Think about
fight
how many
itself
times
is
we had to
not
change
normally
up our
this
Amara
easy.
builds
But I
because
promise
the
you,
Amara
you will
kept
see the
fucking
mechanics
changing.
soon. We got platinum time, we get a free chest.
Kept
and I
the
noticed
name, but
back
this
area
our
where
skill
there's some
trees
hidden
and
chests,
gear
but
are
I didn't know how to get
constantly
those out of mine.
changing.
We'll talk about that in a minute too. And now we have access to the Mayhem chest. Basically, the faster you go, the more chests you get. We got platinum time, we get all 4. And these always have, from what I've tested, a guaranteed legendary dedicated drop from this DLC. We're not breaking down all the loot for this video, but based on wording and just like small tests, most of the loot seems really good. As it should be. I mean, it's takedown loot, right?
We're getting nerfed.
We beat one
True.
Mayhem run, so we've now unlocked
Bounce around the
hardcore mode.
recursion.
Enemies are beefy, and if you die, the run
Rip.
immediately ends. But you get the whole entire timer, and as long as you beat it, you get all the loot rewards at the end. And this is where we stumbled upon our first hidden Easter egg.
Like, bro, we bring it up, but like, speaking of Harlow builds, like, what's going on? Like, dude, Chroma Accelerator without oh, why am I blanking on the name? Neutron Capture.
And a room where you see John
Like-
of Terra for the first time, there are random terminals that have numbers on them.
That is an
0,
archetype
1,
that is
2,
not played
3,
at
4, and
all
5.
and has
So
received
there are 6
absolutely
I
no
was talking to
love.
my chat, I'm like, yo, let's go back and look around and
You know
try
what
to
I
find
mean?
what this order is
Like,
supposed
I would
be.
love
Maybe
to
we
have
missed
a
it.
fucking
And upon
awesome
backtracking the
action
map,
skill
we
build
actually
where
found a
we
SpongeBob
spec around
Easter
the
egg. Oh, dude.
like orb bouncing around and hitting everything. That would be so cool. I thought that was what we were gonna end up on when I first started on Harlow.
SpongeBob Patrick Easter egg. Yo.
8-ball.
Clip it. Oh, dude, there's a whole
True,
entire
yep.
pineapple, too. I didn't even see that. Oh, my goodness. Dude, there's a whole entire freaking pineapple. And that's got to be Patrick's house. The
You know what's
tire,
funny is I haven't seen this
the big
yet.
rock. Dude, that's Squidward. That's Squidward's house.
I'll have to keep an eye
Oh,
out
my
for it.
goodness.
It's a
And he
good
used
catch.
the Thresher to make Squidward. Yes, out of bound in one of the first rooms, you can find SpongeBob and Patrick, you know, side by side. And also Squidward in the back. Squidward's a, Thresher. And even their houses, the pineapple, the Squidward house, and
Didn't
they
look
use
at the
tire for
scenery. I
Patrick's
was
life.
looking at the big monster. I was looking at the big monster. All right, that is a video for Mr. Jolts. Good video. I'll put it in chat here. You go drop a like. Show him some love. If you aren't subscribed to Jolts, you definitely should be. Ooh, good song is on. Give me one of that small Thresher. True. I think we're down. All right, we still need to figure out this firmware and finish up our Harlow, and then we're gonna do aim on stuff. Um. Ew, aim on. I want to try the class mod. It seems looks cool. See if it's any good. Do you think they should make 2 more Vault Hunters? Probably not. No. I mean, I'm all for new characters, but I don't think we would. You know what I mean? Vault Hunters are hard to do. I think 6 Vault Hunters is good, and then a plethora of endgame activities. Burble Tree time. Yeah, Burble Trees would be cool on top of fucking 6 Vault Hunters. I don't know if we're getting anything past Loveless and Bounty Pack 6, to be honest. I think we're down. Alright, let me grab some firmware. So come rain on. What were the slots I needed? Whoever did your short did BL6 update. Give me 1 second. Let me message them. Thought it was a joke. I don't know. Is that DDR next to us? No shot. Wait, can we actually? There's no way. You guys. I don't think so. Don't think so. All right, we need class mod and ordnance. Was a better bossing build? Between what? Let's put that in the bank. Mild. Put that in the bank. The 9. Looking for what to switch to. I mean, you can't really go wrong. Crossfire is probably the least gear dependent if you're still leveling. Crossfire or cards are both like pretty gear independent. Gloam Cash is fucking crazy, but it's probably the most gear dependent of his builds. Does it still work? Crossfire as is. What do you mean? Crossfire is still very good. My old build. No, that was nerfed. With no changes on the Crossfire build, not nearly as strong. No, we gotta update that. I already changed the skill tree. What about hell with me? Give me those, please. Sad alone. We need this. Not on rep kit. That should be done. Have I tried a good brick house yet? By good, what do you mean? Any particular roles I should keep an eye out for? Alright, that should be good. Brick houses can only roll kinetic. The last thing we need is an impact bod. Which I don't know if I have any of. Aim on time? Almost. Almost. This would be the save. Sniper weapon swap. Also sniper weapon swap. COV. We could try sniper. It's just gonna feel worse though. You got an impact SMG one. Can I grab it from you? Or aim on ordnance. Aim on ordnance is still very good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Plugging in to make sure. Word. Appreciate it. Which would you guys rather see posted first? The updated Harlow or updated Cash? Because both are kind of done. You got a God Roll impact. What's your shift? Cash. You're on Steam. Dusty. It doesn't matter if you're on Steam. You still have a shift account. Cash, cash, cash. Okay, we'll do cash. Rocky and there with the 55 months. Appreciate that. If you go to your... I mean, I'm on Steam too. If you go click the shift button, it'll say your display name, and that's your shift account. There can't be a space in your name. Oh. There it is. I tried the new class mod on Cash. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we did a takedown run with it. Can Cyclone roll Daedalus? I don't believe so. My backpacks are all so full from all the picking up all the new loot. When is my backpack not full though? Thank you. Sick. Thank you. Let's go do boss quickly on Harlow with that, and then we'll go finish cash stuff. We need to try that shield too. Give me the bow. World Cup. Dude, I've been loving watching World Cup stuff.
I see what your plan is.
One badass can't scare me.
Turkey. We didn't have our A team plan. That was our B team. We're not worried about it. That game didn't really do anything for us. B's dick from being over. Yeah, that was pretty insane. I'm sad I didn't see it live. Damn, I really need to fix this. I need to get a Deadeye. I'll put a Deadeye on an enhancement. I don't have a way of getting that to 3, whatever. But well.
This one's my favorite.
Heal up, champ.
It's ready to fire.
Oh, you know what? Jesus. We should shoot his little toes. Yeah, I should technically shoot his little feetsies. What gun to use on gun cache? Anything that shoots a lot of projectiles. Stray, Convergence, Broken Wings, Juliet Sparkle, Hellwalker. That's not looking that good. AC. Yeah, you use the AC. You can use the Katagawas. A Walker point and click adventure.
Let's try another permutation.
Oh, I think I was on Torg Impact. Okay. Yup. That looked a little bit better. That looked a little bit better. My heavens. The hard dark, dude. I couldn't get that thing to do damage. If it's good, that'd be surprising to me, because it felt like I was shooting BBs at enemies when I was using it. Borderlands.
I'm feeling frosty.
We had to reload.
Hi, you're dead.
That's not good. It looks like you have to shoot slightly at his, like, ankle. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Yeah, if I made contact with him, it would do more damage. Hard weather bolts don't proc excited state, just the explosions. Maybe that's why I felt so weird.
Time for a change of pace.
I got just the thing. Toxic blast.
Do they not explode until a certain distance?
They'll all lose to you, champ.
They look like they're exploding, regardless of distance. I see what you're talking about with the split thumb.
Ready for a snowstorm? What? No hazmat suit.
Some of our first attempt at that was so far our still our best. I wasn't planning on using high caliber, but technically that works.
Cook this up special.
Uh-oh, I fucked up. Come here.
Get ready to march.
Technically, you could like double pen on his body rather than like just on foot. I think technically. Why shoot the feet? We are using well, one, Harlow doesn't matter where she shoots enemies because she just crits everything. Two, I have high caliber 3 on, so we're hitting the feet, doing damage, and then the splash is happening to do damage again. could try without high caliber 3, but I think high caliber 3 should be very helpful here. See how there it didn't do any damage? Like that hitbox looked weird.
Who said science can't be fun?
Alright, well, that one got out. That one didn't work.
Here's to the nth dimension.
You get the buff regardless of Halo's location? Wait, what? When did that change? That's pretty nice. Wait, you're saying I can proc Halo here and still get the buff?
This up in the lab.
Yeah? Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's such a huge Harlow buff? That was part of the visual fixes. Pog. That was with, that wasn't this update, was it? That was with, Soul? Thol?
I got the sales for what else?
That's so good for Harlow, dude. Because, like, I mean, Harlow's only weakness for bossing is how many times you can click Halo before you actually have to fight a boss. And now, like, normally I'd be getting 2 stacks now. I basically double my stacks. Yeah, that's gross. I probably could have gotten that down to 6 stacks and then done them, to be honest. Could potentially get that to 6. I was playing PoE, I'm sorry. Will you ever forgive me?
No plus.
Harlow with the assist.
2, 3, 4,
What's your organ?
5 rep.
Damnation by radiation.
Oh, I stopped shooting. Whoopsies.
Here for you.
Shit. Oh! Solar temper. I got one of these earlier. Put that bubbles away. As in done for the season, he's trolling. He's always trolling. Always trolling. Chicken, people don't know you. No, I don't think we're done for the season for PoE. Kinda depends. All right, let's record. We're just gonna record both build updates real quick. Knock this one out. Knock the cash out. Blaze a Maimon. New pistol from the vault card? The rhythm? Oh, I hated that thing. Is it actually good? Listen to me, I'm the serious one. Oh, fuck. It gives us hope. It gives us strength to carry on. Yo guys, what is up? Max on our Borderlands 4 video, and today we've got a update to our Infinicrit Harlow. Now, this is my most played build in Borderlands 4. It is my favorite, and while the build itself is not changing very much in recent updates, some things have happened to Harlow in recent changes, and we also got a bunch of new like fun weapons and tools that Infinicrit just works really well with. So we're going over everything you need to know. Hope you enjoy the breakdown. Let's do this. Version 100, that's not true. That's it's number 42. It's the I shot dead eye of Borderlands. How come I never got shit for updating why am I blanking on the name now? Bro, I updated Chaos Queen like 40 times. But BL3 was good. Okay. What is my most viewed build video of the Borderlands builds? My number one most viewed video is Elden Ring, then Power World, then Elden Ring, then a Wonderlands tier list. Elden Ring, Elden Ring, Elden Ring. BL4 Vault Hunters ranked Elden Ring, Chain Zane, and Chaos Queen. And then Bleed Vex. What the fuck? Really? Bleed Witch, number one of my BL4 builds. How come all of my most viewed BL4 videos are the ones that I put Vex in the cover of? Everything I need to know with Vex. Leveling, Vex. Bore Explosion, Ricochet Rafa. Leveling Rafa. Blade Witch. Bullet Witch. Bro, where's Harlow or Amon? More Rafa. There's first Harlow video. More Rafa. Spell shot? First Amon. Rafa. There's Infinicrit. More Bleed Witch. Harlow Vex. People ask me why I don't post more Amon videos. Crazy. Vex Bleed was literally broken. Vex Bleed was very broken. Is Bleed still good? Bleed is still incredibly good. It doesn't one-shot the entire game with a white pistol, but still very good. Okay. I'll do this. So the first like big new thing with Harlow actually came in an update when the new raid bosses dropped. I haven't made much Borderlands content since then, but it's pretty massive quality of life improvement to Harlow, and that is your Halo no longer needs to be on you to get the damage bonuses. So normally, if you activated a Halo and you were traveling to like one of the bosses, if I started shooting the boss now, I would deal like literally no damage because my Halo isn't on me. I now can get the damage and proc this without Halo being close to me, which is kind of insane for a few reasons. Scuffed kill there. We have to re-record that. Fuck. Just give me the Shala. Fuck. You didn't see anything. Oh, that was with a Daedalus, not Torg. And we didn't have high caliber 3. Alright, fixed. Scuffed. So the first thing to talk about with Harlow is not actually like a build change, but more of a function change. So normally on Harlow, you would need to activate your group study capstone once you got into a boss fight. And a lot of your damage on Harlow, on Infinicrit, is based on how many stacks of group study you have. Group study gives you gun damage, it gives you fire rate, stacks really high. And the big issue with this for bossing is on arenas like this, if you threw your sidekick and it didn't follow you, as in like it was behind you and not actively hovering over you, you wouldn't actually get the damage from it. Now, you can activate it prior, which is very, very nice. So, like, my Halo finally caught up to me there. But basically what that allows you to do is you can activate group study before you get into a boss arena, which allows you to get more stacks before you fight a boss. So it seems like a minor change, but it significantly improves her, like, ability to farm bosses. Because, like, I could just toss group study now after save quitting. I could sit here and proc this a few times, make sure we're getting some stacks, and then head over to the boss. And so basically doubling the amount of group study stacks that you could normally have for a boss fight, which is not a, like, insignificant change. It actually helps her out pretty massively. If I don't scuff this kill, boom. Okay. So, could have procced it again there, but as you can see, my Halo sidekick still hasn't caught up to me, and we're still getting full damage from it. So kind of quality of life change, but it makes a significant impact for like farming bosses in the takedown or wherever. You just, as soon as you are ready to throw your group study, you can do so. You don't need to worry about it like falling off of you or not keeping up with you if you're going through like jumps or things like that to increase your damage. I don't have a sticky bod on me. That one's pistol. Do, 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 do. Let's just see what a pistol bod kill looks like. It's gonna look kind of scuffed because now I'm gonna shoot at him. I'm just kind of curious. Some stickies are not really stickying. Change the power of weapons on the difficulty of UVH. Nope. UVH 7 weapon equals same damage as UVH 1 weapon.
An explosive success.
Oh, he got me with his hand.
This party is not over.
Got me with his hand. Haven't tested Slaughter XP yet. What pistol is that? The Shala. Next we can talk about gear. So a few things are changing with Harlow, and they're more so just like new tools to use. All of the weapons we were using before, still good, but there are some new standouts, especially with the takedown of weapons that just perform really well on Infinicret. And the first of that to mention is the Swan Song. This thing does ridiculous damage. It works incredibly well on Harlow. It hits like a truck, and Harlow can sustain it without ever having to reload, make all of its pellets crit. It just hits really hard. You can get this with a Jacob's roll to make it ricochet, which I would recommend looking for. It does also come in elemental, so Harlow's god roll would probably be like a radiation Jacob's one. However, kinetic is more than fine. Just shreds everything. Works on single targets as well. The next weapon to call out that is incredibly strong on Harlow is Juliet Sparkle. This is a new Pearl SMG. I don't have one that's gotten dataless shotgun yet, if that can roll. But this thing hits really hard. It fires very quickly, and it also has a chance to proc these stars that come down that do additional damage. Not really like super great for bossing, but as a mobbing tool, this is genuinely one of her stronger options. Feels really good to use. The other, like, just kind of dominant mobbing weapon on Harlow, there should be some gameplay showing it on screen right now, is the Stray. Stray is really good for any of the new mobbing content, especially if you can get it with a Jacob's roll. Harlow, unlike some of the other characters, has infinite ammo sustain as long as she is critting, which she is critting guaranteed with her group study. So you just sustained infinite fire of a Stray hitting the entire screen. You don't even need to aim at things. It's pretty ridiculous. So definitely keep an eye out for using Stray, especially in mobbing content. And my favorite weapon on Harlow, still my number one most used weapon, is the Shala Shashka. This is, I think, at least from what I've tested, her highest damage possible option. The Shala Shashka, you do need a very specific roll on it for it to shine. You want Torg, Impact, and Daedalus Shotgun. I've talked about why this weapon is so good on Harlow multiple times, but just a quick refresher. This thing reads that on auto reload, you grant a stack of exhilaration. Each stack of exhilaration increases the number of possible ricochets by 1, resets on manual reload. What makes this thing so good is with the Daedalus Shotgun, you increase the pellets. All of those pellets, when you have 5 stacks, create extra ricochets. And when you are shooting at an enemy that is alone, or like the ricochets on this all go towards the ground. And so when they're all hitting the ground of the enemy you're shooting at, all of the damage overlaps. So you are more than like 10xing your damage when you're shooting this thing at an enemy. And the only thing that you need to make it really shine is the head ringer enhancement that gives you 100% damage radius. This guarantees massive overlaps on your shots, and it just does ridiculous damage for mobbing and bossing. I did not notice a difference in enemy health going from Mayhem 1 to Mayhem 20, rocking a Shala Shashka. It just shreds everything, kill the final boss instantly. It's just so ridiculous. In my opinion, strongest option on her. And then we also can still rock a bod. Now, the bod was nerfed. Torg Stickies were nerfed. Torg Stickies are still very good. I still really love the Scoot and Shoot. I don't have a great one on me right now, but the Scoot and Shoot with Ripper Mag and Jacobs is awesome. I mainly use it in impact mode for single target on enemies that don't move around too much. It's really strong single target option. The other really cool single target option, if you're looking for one, is the bod. Instead of rocking stickies, I've been rocking Torg Impact. That one isn't the correct one, but Torg Impact bod allows you to maintain relatively similar DPS to the sticky bod. However, there's a trick that you can take advantage of that obviously you didn't need to before, but now that the bod has been nerfed, you can use it with high caliber. This reads that your bullets pierce enemies, and with the impact bod, it does splash damage. So you can kind of do a trick similar with the Shala, where if you shoot aiming down at enemies, you can penetrate their feet or ankle or whatever you're shooting at, hit them once with the bod damage, and then pierce them, and then have the explosion blow up again. We do this same trick with like Malawan shotguns to proc large dots. It works with the bod as well. You do need impact for this to work, otherwise you won't have splash damage. If you don't have splash damage, you can't double hit. However, with Torg Impact, you can double hit with high caliber, which basically just doubles your DPS. Little bit awkward to use, but once you get the hang of it, it's also another really strong option. You take the takedown pistol? Yeah, it's good. Not as good as the Shala, but it's good. For our... You know what? I am going to change 1 point on that. I haven't found the new pistol be as good as Shala, but I also don't think I found a god roll of it, so it's hard to say. Give me neutron, 2 confirmative, 3 creative, 5 that, 5 that, 5 refraction, excited. Decoherence, lay in charge. Five-point cyclotron.
So satisfying. Now you really are an absolute zero.
I think 2 points into Overshield Leech. We might be fine with like that. These points in Cyclotron seem less good now that you can stack multiple stacks of your action skill before a boss. Like, the reason I was doing 5-point Cyclotron was because prior to bossing, it was very hard to get a few stacks of your fire rate. So this was, like, you know, pretty significant. Now that you can stack up your action skill more prior to bossing, it might be worth more to Might be worth more to spend those points elsewhere, to be honest. Honestly, I don't hate that. So, like, those points for mobbing with the stray. I mean, yeah, they're good. They're just good at low stacks. So it kind of depends, cause at the new content, it's very easy to get really high stacks. You know what I mean? Do you lose your action skill? There's still ramp up time. Yup. Phlebotomist rolls into Cyclotron. Gotcha. What's our current roll into? Unstable isotope. I feel like this wins. Obviously, depending on the content for bossing, it wouldn't do anything. For mobbing, really nice though. What about 0 point? What about 0 point? What about absolute 0? Which one's that? Oh, this? Oh, wait, no, that's Flash Freeze. Green tree next to confirmative. I don't know the names of all the SKUs. I'm bad. I'm sorry. Oh, this? This is good, but you have to be reliably freezing, which does happen a fair bit. Yeah, it does happen a fair bit with the bonus cryo. It does. Um, What are we building? We're doing an update to Infinicrit Harlow with the takedown in mind. The bottom right, the grenades now.
Can these bots get a clue already?
I'm trying to look for absolute zero procs.
A little quick story radiation. Stay right there.
I don't think I've seen it proc yet.
What happens when I press?
No, definitely hasn't procced yet. Like, in theory, it would be really good.
One big scrap pile. I think a little chaos.
Just constantly draining. I don't think we're freezing.
Exactly as I planned it.
Which is interesting, because they look like they, like, shatter.
Breaking out the big one.
There it procced. He, like, visibly froze. You could see it proc. It was very noticeable.
I think a little chaos is in order.
There we got a proc. No proc on that kill.
Alive and well.
No procs on any of that damage. No procs. No procs. No proc.
So tired of murder bots.
I don't think worth the points, to be honest. No, we have sustained reaction. Like, we're not having issues keeping up our action skill. Only time our action skill runs out is when we run out of enemies to shoot. You know what I mean? Run out of enemies to shoot, or stop dealing and stop killing things. the tougher the content. I mean, this is true Mayhem 20, so it doesn't get harder content than this. You know what I mean? Ellipses.
Putting you in a deep freeze.
You've seen it proc, but we're also regenning it. That's true. There, it paused. Oh. Oh, that might lose our action skill. What was I gonna say? I don't think worth specking. We're constantly getting all of our action skill back whenever we kill things. Sir, you're cheating. I was under the impression that true mode didn't affect this, but I think I was wrong. Because that boy is tankier than he's been. Jesus. What the fuck did they feed this thing? The only reason he's not dead is because he's in the air, so the Shala can't do its like 15 overlap on him. Literally. Shala makes it feel like there's no difference between true and non-true mode. It's crazy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, good test. Still haven't found the god roll. Really? I've had a few drop for me. Daedalus sniper haven't recovered. Dude, that was, I mean, it was a while ago now, but I forget what update it was. Literally our first run of the not drill sites. I'm blanking on their name. Little canister events. First run. Dataless shotgun. Torque impact. Shala drop. Processors. Yeah, ordinary processors. Thank you. Alright, let's change this skill tree. Not worth the points. Give it away now. Make sure you change 1 point. He gets it. You could invest more in duration. Where would I invest more in duration? Our only duration investment is feedback loop. I don't think there's anything else that we can pick up for duration. Stasis build 1. Odds the best stasis build is specking 0 point to pick up Strange Attractor and then dumping all of your points into green. Serious question. All right, next let's talk about the skill tree, which is receiving basically one very minor change, and that has to do particularly with the takedowns. Now, normally when you're running content on Harlow, a lot of times you're doing like drill sites. There's like a vendor afterwards. If your action skill runs out, no problem. You hit the vendor for bossing. Your action skill runs out, hit the vendor. The one awkward thing and the only time that Harlow is not doing damage and not basically unkillable is when her action skill goes down. And so I've had a few awkward moments where I lose my action skill and then I have to like take cover. And that's because my action skill is going on cooldown, like kind of between the bridge sections. And in those bridge sections, you basically have 12 seconds where you keep Nuclear Winter. If you lose your Nuclear Winter bonus after your group study runs out, because you get whenever Harlow and our allies leave the flux generator radius, they instead deal bonus radiation. This procs leaving as an ending, so you keep that bonus damage for 12 seconds. And if you lose this bonus damage, then you don't have a way to proc confirmative reality, because remember that this does action skill damage. Whenever you're doing action skill damage, you entangle, and then that procs confirmative reality. So we're making one small adjustment, and that is we're picking up a runaway reaction. We never really spec'd this before, because honestly, it wasn't super needed. But now 1 point in runaway reaction means anytime that you proc a status effect on an enemy, you make them entangled, which just gives you confirmative reality super quickly, super easily. And confirmative reality gives you cooldown based on your per shot damages, or not damage, but like hits on your shots. So if you're using something with multi-pellets, all of a sudden you get your action skill back instantly. So this just kind of smooths out any sort of awkwardness that you would have potentially going from room to room in the takedown in those long hallways, so you never have to worry about your action skill being down. You just get right back into it. That is basically the only change to the build. We're still keeping just about everything else the same. Still have 5 points into Cyclotron for the extra fire rate. This is mainly for bossing. 20% fire rate is basically 2 additional stacks of group study, which is pretty significant. Helps you get going on group study. Once you have group study fully stacked up, you're at 10 plus stacks. Not as important. So if you're like just doing only mobbing content, you could technically move these points from Cyclotron and put them somewhere else. But I find it very helpful for bossing and also getting going on our like group study stacking. And we did lose 1 point into feedback loop. To do that, if you are having any issues keeping up your action skill, you can move some of these points from latent charge into feedback loop. The number one thing that is going to allow us to keep up our action skill as long as we have enemies to shoot at is sustained reaction. This is a kill skill. Whenever you kill an enemy, you return 15% of your duration. That 15% duration restore is based off of your max duration. So if your max duration is higher, you get more restore from this. So currently, I actually am using an action skill duration roll on my class mod, which I would strongly recommend looking out for. It just makes stacking up your group study much easier. And if you're having any issues while losing it in combat, you can move 2 points from latent charge into feedback loop, which is also quite nice. For the rest of the gear, we're using the war paint. If you're having any survivability issues, which you shouldn't be, you could also rock a kill spring. I mainly use the war paint for extra burst on like single targets or bosses. For your ordnance, I'm still using the artillery fuse. I don't actually throw this. Technically, the best in slot item for this build is... Honestly, I'd still say the like bismuth tip dagger that when you throw stacks up extra elemental increase on enemies. Don't have one of those yet. It doesn't really bother me. But that would be probably your best in slot ordnance. For your class mod, still rocking the phlebotomist. This is Harlow's best class mod for this build, in my opinion. Whenever Harlow's action skill is active, you deal gun damage to an enemy that has a chance to hemorrhage, dealing kinetic status effect damage based on damage dealt. Hemorrhage deals twice as much damage to bosses. This is a significant damage increase to Harlow, and it rolls sustained reaction, which is, once again, her best way, in my opinion, of keeping up her action skill. This can roll extra points into unstable isotope, which is awesome for mobbing, but it can also give you points into cyclotron. So, obviously... Unstable isotope doesn't really do anything for bossing because it's a kill skill. So if you wanted to be very efficient, getting one with points into cyclotron would help with single target, and then you could swap to unstable isotope for mobbing. Getting this extra bonus cryo damage is very nice, quite potent. And that is our skill tree. And rest of the gear, Watts, Siphon, Amp, pretty standard. Nothing new here. And then for our enhancement, if I'm using a Shala, I'll use a Head Ringer Torg enhancement. Doesn't really matter if this is legendary or purple. I just have a good purple one. And then for everything else, you pair whatever you want. A lot of times for bossing, I'm using a like Vindictive Slugger with high roller damage for just a ton of extra damage on Ripper weapons, or for mobbing, I use something like a Hat Trick for extra bounces and crit stacking. This is very, very nice on any like Jacob's weapon. I had caffeine on for a little bit just because we didn't have sustained reaction. For our specializations, we're rocking Best Defense, Riddle You This, Contamination for extra status effect, Proc Chance for Phlebotomist, and I Am a Gun, so we get extra skill damage for our group study. Quite nice as well. Your specializations are relatively flexible if you want to mess around with anything. A bunch of cool options. This is just what I'm rocking. For firmware, we are using Deadeye. For firmware, we're rocking Deadeye 3 plus High Caliber 2. Now, they did add a new firmware in this update that allows you to stack up to 50% increased damage based on kills. And if you are only focusing on takedown content or slaughter shafts, that is fine, probably pretty cool. Obviously, it doesn't work on single targets, so I won't be changing my firmware because I don't want it to change firmware. If I want to fight a boss or not. Deadeye stacks regardless of if you're mobbing or bossing, so that's why we're keeping Deadeye on, and High Caliber 2 for the extra projectile speed and the multiplicative gun damage. Guys, it's going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. Stay tuned for a whole lot more build guides, and I'll catch you on the next one. Take care. Bye. I would still use the kill spring. Found a huge out of bounds area in the takedown. Really? What's the best way to farm the Phlebotomist? Nightmare Rifts, if I'm not mistaken. Have you done the DLC? I'm gonna be honest, I forgot how to get to the DLC. Cursed Mine. Mercenary Day. How did you get to Mad Ellie? Far right of Fade Fields. That's Subjugator. Take it to the Mad Ellie DLC? Has the character accepted that quest? They might not have. It's on top of Zadra's. Oh, true, true, true. There it is. Thank you. There really should be like a UI element of all the additional areas and you could just click through them rather than having to like find them on the map. Small nitpick. Compiling shaders. We've been playing all day. What do you mean compiling shaders?
That's a lot of damage.
Dinger 59 to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Oop.
What is your wager?
Wow, dude. Going from the fucking takedown to like any other content, it's like, where's the enemies? That's crazy.
My aim stays on point.
Could you or not?
What will you leave behind? Oh, I love a surprise. Make it rain.
Or to make glow and build that trades red for blue. What, and using just the class mod points?
Shaking things up. Might have to actually Just live on me. Nancy speaks. Here. Shush.
Can't say I'm really noticing the
That is going to need
Elpis
some
Star projectiles. Oh, I see them there. Should be such a small difference. They're coming down before things are kind of dead already. What are you farming for? I was farming for an Elpis Star. Someone was saying that these meteor clusters were proccing Gloam, so I figured I would test it out. But if there's like 1 to 2 meteors coming down, maybe with like a convergence it would look more impactful. You're better off using fireworks because they also proc Gloam. Really? The meteors can't be spammed. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if they proc like a ton all of a sudden with like a convergence could be potentially interesting.
Just what I was looking for. What is your wager?
Yeah, I mean, even if those are proccing Gloam, the damage significance of them versus like my freaking gun that's proccing like 100 fucking instances. You know what I mean? I follow you, pray for change. All over me. You will do what you could not numb. Sparkle. Sparkle will be a little too niche. All right, let's record this cash build. We need to test one thing before we finish this or record this. Mm-mm. One of the weapons that shine with Harlow if you don't own the DLC. What do you mean by other? Which ones are you referring to? Anything that shoots is pretty good on Harlow. She is great with just about anything you put on her. Your options get slimmed down if you want to do Mayhem 20, though. And you're trying to plat it. For mobbing, just about anything with the Jacobs is pretty good on her, though. Single target, a little bit trickier. Alright, is this... Hellwalker's nutty on Harlow? Hellwalker is pretty nutty on Harlow. I was using an Enrage Warpaint and a Amp Siphon Wads. Could you use Hot Slugger? There are so many builds that are good with the Hot Slugger. I would not recommend the Hot Slugger on Harlow. You technically can. Like, there's no reason you wouldn't, but, like... The build gets infinite ammo. That gun, like... You know what I mean? Like... Hot Slugger doesn't hurt to reload or anything like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. It'd be weird to use a Hot Slugger on Infinite Crit.
I always make time for the little things.
But... It is... Technically would be good. No reason it would be bad.
Feel the thrill?
Alright, is this stupid?
What will you leave behind? Drink up!
Up close and definitely personal.
What will it be? Your turn, Hanashi.
Wait, those are stickies. Wait, what? Whoopsies. Am I using the wrong one? Impact. Oops. Does this have a corrosive variant? Yep. Technically, I believe so. Stray is not the easiest to find with elements. But yeah, it can come in elements. I've got a nice corrosive one. Or sorry, a rice cryo one.
Lovely little overkill.
Is that faster than convergence?
Wow, smart and good looking.
Let's do that with convergence. See if it looks any different.
I feel lucky. Hope you said your goodbye.
Well, I lost my thing at the end there, but that was with a shock one too. Shotgun impact, broken wings. I have a broken wings. It's not a very good one though. Well, I got two of the same ones. Oh, you know, that was with technically should have been that. Fuck, I got too many things with high caliber. Do have a corrosive convergence. No ripper, no dataless. Shotgun Jacobs. What, broken? We're probably Windfall too early. Should just wait for him to spawn. Oh god, cool. I just wanted to test bod. Apparently, Globe is getting impacted by bod's damage multipliers, which might be true, but convergence still feels better. This could be a new build video. Yes, sir. Well, didn't do anything there. ADI, do you know what this is about? Totem stealing Gloam procs?
No way you'll miss now.
Oop, probably a little early. Are you talking about the beginning? Then it just did nothing. Because Gloam runs out. Pretty sure they don't steal Gloam procs. They steal Angry Totem chance, and Angry Totem scales Gloam because gun damage. Oh, I get what you mean. Okay. Interesting. Maybe we get rid of Dirty Dozen then and just run 2 augments. Run Heavenly Sevens in Mighty 9. Get rid of Dirty. You run no augments. I did a takedown test with no augments, and we were a fair bit faster with no augments. Or sorry, with augments. We were faster with augments.
I'm not usually one for pickup lines.
Not for you.
No augments mimic boss thing a tad faster. Maybe?
Not them dead.
Expert diagnosis.
We've had some pretty massive boss chunks from our guns procking groundbreakers too.
Your call, Kanansi. And who will do all work?
Tough mortar, badass, angry, protector. Angry. Protector totem. Mighty 9. I want to see what happens when we proc a Mighty 9. That's on a 9 roll, huh? 8.
Feeling lucky?
4, 7, 9.
Feel the thrill?
Just run 2 Heaven 7s and Chaos. Chaos? What chaos? Oh, Dirty Dozen chaos. Chaos is proccing Groundbreaker? What, from cards? Really? Oh, I kind of assumed that was proccing from Mighty 9. Interesting. You think the only one needed is Dirty Dozen? Isn't Heavenly Sevens kind of nuts, though? Am I crazy? 40% fire rate, 60% reload speed, which we can convert the reload speed into more fire rate. Like, I feel like Gloam procs are our best friend. Gloam procs as fast as possible. What number was this? Dirty Dozen, 12s. 12s. I was never running those for Groundbreaker. I was running them for the instant return of your stacks. Not having to worry about fortune stacks. Basically, just lose them and then instantly gain them is pretty crazy. 7, 5, 12. Card, question mark.
That's what I was looking for.
It's fucking shooting at the other things.
Things up.
Pretty sure they both can proc Groundbreaker. Doesn't as less often though. Dirty's main appeal is the passive. Yeah. I was gonna say the odds of this thing throwing a melee card seem relatively low.
Extra bang for my buck. Divide and conquer.
Technically, I'm very impressed.
Time to do some big damage.
Satellite, by satellite, by satellite.
them up. What is your wager?
Technically, shouldn't be using the bond for testing that because it's inconsistent with the whole like if we're double hitting or not.
Double the action. War from the beyond. Make it rain. Here is your target. Come on.
Interesting.
Fight.
You want an Infernal Wish Plague Bear? Yup, sick combo. Very, very cool combo.
Forget I was here. Command speak.
Boop. Okay. Got 2 pearls from Origo. Nice. I'm torn on what augments we should keep or use. I think we'd keep Heavenly Sevens. 40% fire rate plus 60% reload speed plus overshield gen seems really good to me. I like sevens a lot. Jury is out on Mighty 9 and Dirty Dozen. We've definitely had some pretty nutty Groundbreaker procs from shooting. I understand Groundbreaker is very good. I am not going to go run up to a boss and melee it to deal my damage. If it's proccing from my gun, that's fucking sick. I'll keep that. But it's also... What the fuck? Where'd those dice go? You see that? The dice rolled off his feet up into there. Which means... Dirty Dozen's nice because we don't need to build fortune stacks, like, at all. Why do I need Siphon? I'm not using Siphon on my shield. You like dozen and seven? The thing is, like, Groundbreaker proc is technically good, but Groundbreaker proc good when, like, you build up a bunch of damage and then proc it. And not nearly as... I mean, it's still good, but not as impactful when it's, like, constantly procking. I think after the nerfs, I'd probably go Ricochet. Saves us a skill point if we don't go 9. Alright, one more kill. One more kill. Oh, she got a little puppy. Yoshi is sleeping in a little ball next to me. So cute. Any build vids soon? Yep, we recorded one tonight. Finishing up this one now. Alright, let's finish this tree then. How many different cards can proc Groundbreaker now? Is it 2? The cooler does... Is it 1 or 2? Is it still just cooler? I think it is just cooler. Where are we saving a point? I guess we're not taking... Ooh, do we not want to take red augment, or do we not want to take blue green augment? There's less good for us in green, so I think we take green augment. Don't take red augment. That works out well, actually. Etched Shadow does. Melee Override. T3 blue. Is this considered to be in the deck, though? Like, the totem wouldn't throw that out? I doubt that, right? No chance. Let's see what we can get away with. Five, 5, 1, 4, 5. Could technically go shootist here instead of crit. I think I'd rather have the crit though. Glum can crit, right? No Dusty Point Trail. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I put in Bleed the Bad? You're right. Sorry, I didn't see that. I meant to go there. Heavenly Dirty Dozen.
Let it roll! I'm gonna swindle your bar so hard! I know a snake when I see one! I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mommy! On one wreck, gunning for good! If only I had a sweet hair!
Ken, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, laters.
Now that's a lot of damage!
How we doing? How we doing? Fireball and the magic missile cards. I didn't see it throw anything that wasn't default cards there. Which means we now would have to go fucking punch something with our fists. So we'll see about that. The thing is, there's like not that much else to do with specializations besides put a point into Groundbreaker. Like the only other thing would be contamination if we didn't use Groundbreaker. Which is okay. All right. Is there technically one good weapon, or is that just in theory? I don't know what you mean. There's a few good weapons. There's lots of good weapons. What were you up to, Ken? Did they add new content? Yep. Yup.
Good call on the restart.
Pretty huge update, actually. You're playing Valorant? Nice. I do not enjoy those games. Oh. Oh, we're on true mode. I was like, bro, they're not dying as quick as they normally do. Wow, that health increase is noticeable. You might want to not... Well, I guess you could still use the strat. Your single target is gonna be... Could technically just use like a convergence for mobbing. Just kill things so quickly. Rather than just like one-shotting the entire screen. Is there anything that's worth using in the blue skill tree? Of cash? A constable pearl shotgun? No, I don't believe so. Cash's blue tree is pretty broken, yeah. Cash is one of the few vault hunters that, like, you could dump all of your points into one skill tree and make a very, very good build on all of his trees. Plus 1 point into blue. 1 point into blue to alchemy. Make sure you put 1 point into alchemy. Or alchemicky. Blue tree for cash. Blue tree for cash is crazy, dude. Got maybe one of the strongest skills in the entire game in anti-up. Jesus.
So many ways to die.
It seems like sliding does work with the fortune stacks from totems, right? We should technically test that though, just to make sure. So like I've got one stack. Well, there I've got 10. 9. Okay. Is convergence OP on every character's skill tree? Definitely not. No. So the convergence is good for proccing. Let's call it flat damage. Right now we were using a very high source of flat damage, and we are making that proc on all of our shots. The convergence is just a tool to apply those sources of flat damage, because the convergence hits very often, very quickly. The convergence is doing like maybe 2% of our actual damage on this build. It's basically just a tool to apply the sources of flat, but it is not actually dealing damage itself. You will notice that because when I don't have gloam up, I literally don't do damage. Things will not die. The only reason it was good on neutron capture is because it was applying every instance of neutron capture on every pellet before it got nerfed. So the convergence here isn't doing damage. That is not convergence damage, that's just gloam. By the way, should we still call this Gloam Reaper? Or is it, different enough to make a new name? This feels... I don't know if any of you remember the build, but this feels like a lot like our Bullet Witch setup that we had in Wonderlands. Feels like Bullet Witch. Been saving myself in the process.
What will it be?
Oh, you're not dead, sir.
want an autograph? That's what I was looking for. I feel lucky. Metal clashes with an obvious result. Not taking that one off.
Never seen this gun. Has been in the game since launch. I have a skin on it right now, which is why you might not recognize it, but it's been in the game since launch.
Betting on me. Hope you said your goodbye. What is your wager? Big money, big money. Unmatched quality.
These guys count as entry forces? I don't know. Is the little sister a good shield? That's the companion one. Haven't messed around with it yet. Who do you think clears this faster? Stray Harlow or Stray Cash? I haven't brought the Stray out yet on our Harlow for this. I think I see inconsistency that we're having. Potentially. I'm gonna try taking this off out of curiosity. Or take off Dirty Dozen. I'm just slightly worried about the minimum fortune stacks being slightly awkward with gaining and losing. I tried the lockjaw on this build. No.
Just what I was looking for. You should know. That's it. Do not mind me. Find the salad.
Interesting, interesting. Like, we need to lose a fortune stack for Gloam to Prague. And I feel like what I'm seeing happen sometimes, kind of like a error in my play, is we're entering win. Is it possible to be entering Windfall without a fortune stack? Yeah, I guess technically, right? You know, when we enter Windfall, we consume our fortune stacks, but if we don't have one, like, we're in Windfall, but we haven't lost a fortune stack. I think having an elemental stray would help with that.
With my regard. What will it be?
We would technically want a fire convergence there, huh? Is he a shield bar into a shield bar into a health bar, or is it a white bar into a health bar? It's neutral into health. Okay, so we 1000% should get a fire convergence.
I'm ready to go.
I have a Fire Jacobs one. No Daedalus. But Fire Jacobs should look nice. White bar is weak to cryo. I thought white bar was just neutral.
Freaking God, dude!
Yo, Jake, thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate that. Triple healing gun crit. Action skill damage. We're fine. Hello, what's up, Lord? It was only weak to cryo on subjugator. Okay, that's what I thought.
Tips welcome. Money, not. Oh, what a mighty vault.
Just got a phosphate and strat. Nice. What's our condition for losing? Whenever cast loses fortune. Whenever a cash kills an enemy with a critical hit from a gun, he doubles his fortune. Otherwise, killing an enemy with a gun drains half of Cash's fortune stacks. Okay. That feels smooth. You heard this game is the last in the franchise. Really? Where'd you hear that? Okay, this is that's the move. The thing that I've been having kind of here and there is those awkward moments where it's like not procking gloam, and moments where it's like shooting, but no gloam procs, and sliding, and sometimes no gloam procs. That fills the client as one augment, no based off of fortune stacks. Jealousy. Just use Heavenly Sevens. Dirty Dozen was doing us dirty. I don't know. Maybe it's just superstition. I went through there and I had none of those kind of like awkward moments where I was shooting and nothing was dying. When I was using Dirty Dozen, I was having some of those awkward moments. I think it might have some interference with the gaining and losing. And if it even has a chance of causing any bit of awkwardness, I'd rather not. Bye. Take care, germs. Alright, cool. Alright, we're done. We're done. What you could call it, Gloam Reaper. Yo guys, what is up? Max in Borderlands 4 video, and today we're gonna be updating our Gloam Reaper cache build. Now, I apologize for taking so long to getting to this. If you did not know, Gloam and a few of different cache interactions that we were using in our original Gloam Reaper build got changed. Gloam, if you did not know, refers to from gloam to glow. This is a ability that is functioning different than it originally did. However, it's still unbelievably strong, if not one of Cash's strongest skills. We are making this build entirely basically around this. However, our way of dealing gloam damage, how gloam scales, and just about everything about this changed in the latest update, or the update with the raid bosses. So we've had to make a lot of changes to the build. I want to explain why we're doing those changes, how this functions, and why this build is so strong. I've been playing this through Mayhem 20 Takedown. It just breezes through everything. So hope you guys enjoy the build and the breakdown. Let's do this. So before we explain the so before we go over the whole build, we need to discuss what the whole mechanic that this build is based around, which is from Gloam to Glow. This reads that cash gains increased max overshield, and a portion of all damage cash is dealt from enemies is converted into overshield. So right off the rip, all of the damage that we're dealing is going to be giving us overshield. Whenever Cash loses a fortune stack, losing is very important here, shots from his guns deal bonus damage equal to his overshield and drains a portion of his overshield. So the drain part here is new, and the actual damage from Gloam is also different. So this gives us plus 80% max overshield with our 10 out of 5. Overshield, 40% damage taken. Overshield drain, which is new, is 50% of damage dealt. And the bonus damage is 200% of our current overshield. So on the original build, as long as you had overshield, you didn't need really a way to sustain it because it wasn't draining overshield. The big difference now with this ability is, one, it's no longer dealing skill damage. It was originally doing skill damage. Now it's dealing gun damage. And two, we need a way to restore our overshield. And the best way is going to be with Turn of Fate. This is a Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash gains lifesteal. If his life is full, he gains overshield steal instead. This is going to be really, really important because it's going to allow us to drain our overshield and then get it back with Turn of Fate, which allows us to amp every shot, allowing us to sustain Gloam damage on enemies. So that is kind of the biggest change with the build right off the bat, is we're still using Gloam. However, we need to spec all the way down to Turn of Fate. On the old build, we were spec'd, I believe, all the way down to Hot Streak. So obviously, a lot of points changing and moving around because now we need to spec relatively deep in the green tree. Now, the other thing to understand with Gloam is it is getting gun damage. Yeah. Sorry, did I explain that? I'll do that one more time. One more time. You're right. I missaid that. I said that out loud and I was like, well, then why would we Turn of Fate? True. All right, so the first thing to talk about is from Gloam to Glow. All right, before we dive into the full build, we need to talk about how Gloam is functioning and how we're building around it. So the big change with this is before, this just gave us bonus damage based on our overshield, and it didn't drain our overshield. The kind of like nerf to this was it now drains our overshield, which is inherently a problem that we need to solve. However, fortunately, Cash has a very, very easy solution to draining overshield, and that is with Turn of Fate. I messed around with this basically the day that it got nerfed and figured out that this was a relatively easy solution. I didn't get around to making this build video for quite a while. I do apologize about that. But Turn of Fate is a Windfall skill, which means we're going to want to be on Windfall constantly on this build, which is another thing that we're going to be talking about. But while Windfall is active, we gain lifesteal. If our health is full, we gain overshield still. Overshield still is going to be the key part here. Whenever we are dealing damage while we are in Windfall and our health is full, so a few conditionals, we will be lifestealing on our shields, which is very important because Gloam is the majority of our damage, and Gloam is going to be draining our overshield. Now, Gloam inherently is going to give us increased overshield. Any damage that we're taking is going to be converted into part overshield, and we're going to get bonus damage based on our current overshield. Now, the damage from Gloam is no longer skill damage, so we're not going to be using like Skillcraft and other action skill damage boost because this is no longer skill damage, it's gun damage. And some of the other things are still working well for Gloam, such as Nothing Beats Lead. Nothing Beats Lead, basically, this reads a portion of all non-bonus elemental damage cast deals is converted to kinetic damage. Damage converted in this way is increased. Nothing Beats Lead, to my understanding, basically gives us an additional instance proc of Gloam, which is very, very powerful. That is why we're speccing down to Nothing Beats Lead. And another change with Gloam is this can also now crit. So crit chance is going to be also really important for us. We're going to be dealing a bunch of extra damage while this is critting. And Gloam also, this isn't any new, but it inherits the elements from the weapon that you're using. So if you're shooting like an armor boss, you're going to want to be using a corrosive weapon. Ideally, Gloam is strong enough that elemental matching is not super important, but for like maxing your damage on like Mayhem 20, it does help to try to match elements on like, for example, the Child of Terramorphous. I've got some notes from FuelRod713, by the way, who did a bunch of testing on this. I'll put it on this side of the screen while we're talking about it. I might explain that one more time. I hate to be that guy, but I feel like I could do better. Sorry, I don't like doing these live. We'll try it one more time. So let's do an overview of this build and its mechanics, and then we'll get into the specifics. So at its base, this build is going to be using weapons that hit very, very often to proc as many instances of Gloam as possible. If you're not familiar with the original build, or this build is very similar to like a neutron capture Harlow, in that we are using weapons that hit a lot of times, such as the Convergence, the Broken Wings, the Stray. Anything with lots of pellets is going to be really, really impactful on this build, because weapons that shoot quickly with high pellet counts are going to be proccing a lot of Gloam. Now, Gloam is the basis of this build, and it is why we are able to do so much damage. It might look like our guns are doing a lot of damage on this build, but like 99% of our damage is coming from this skill. So in order to play this build well, you kind of need to understand a little bit of why this is working so well, and when it stops working, what you need to do. So from Gloam to Glow reads that we gain increased overshield, and a portion of the damage that is dealt to us is going to be converted into overshield. Whenever we lose a fortune stack, our guns are going to deal bonus damage equal to our overshield and drain a portion of this overshield. Now, the drain part is new. Previously, you didn't need to spec anything to get overshield back. You just need to have overshield, and then you could shoot infinitely, doing like crazy damage with Gloam. This is now doing still crazy damage. However, we need to solve for the overshield drain, because if you don't have any overshield, you're not going to be dealing any damage with Gloam. And so the solution is actually fairly simple, and it's with a skill called Turn of Fate. This is a Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash gains lifesteal. If his health is full, he gains overshield instead. So a little bit confusing to keep track of, but our like win conditions right now on this build are you need to lose a stack of fortune, so you need to have gained one in the first place. You need to lose a stack of fortune, you need to have overshield, and you need to be entering Windfall. If you have all of those three conditions active, that is when this build starts to do ridiculous amounts of damage. And thankfully, there's not too much thinking about all of these things happening, because a lot of the things on this build are going to be automating those processes for us. But that is kind of the core concept. Now, the next thing to understand about Gloam is this no longer deals skill damage. This originally was a skill. We used Skillcraft with it to give us increased skill damage, skill crit, all those things. This now deals gun damage. It's going to scale with gun damage and our overshield. Gloam can crit, and it also inherits the elements from your weapon. So if you're using a fire weapon, you can get fire Gloam procs. Those are going to be important because elemental matching will make it deal more damage. So if you're shooting at a flesh bar, using a fire weapon will help you deal more damage. Now, the other really crazy thing with Gloam has to do with Nothing Beats Lead. Nothing Beats Lead has some weird double dipping going on. Basically, this reads that a portion of all our non-bonus elemental damage cash deals is converted into kinetic damage. Damage converted in this way is increased. Gloam basically gets a second instance of damage through Nothing Beats Lead. So while the points here, extra kinetic damage, aren't super useful, War Wagon gives us infinite ammo on this build, and Nothing Beats Lead technically kind of doubles our damage with Gloam. So that is very, very powerful. Thanks, Chadley. You know, you're funny sometimes. So now that you've got a... Sorry, my chair's doing some squeaking. Now that you've got a general overview... The very last thing to mention about Gloam is that this is going to be proccing on all of our instances of gun damage, which includes trying to proc on bonus elements. So any sources of bonus elements, such as just a little bit of hot hand, can increase our procs per second of Gloam, which is going to be quite a substantial damage increase for us. The other thing that's also really impactful for Gloam is fire rate. More fire rate means we proc more Gloams per second, and once again, Gloams are going to be the majority of our damage. All right, now that you've got kind of an understanding of how this build functions, let's go over everything else. So Unleashed, cash gains, increased fire rate. Just mentioned fire rate good. Stand and Bleed, more crit chance. Gloam can crit. Our weapons are going to be critting. Really awesome points there. Hot Hands for the extra bonus damage, and then a Blur of Fingers and Brass for the extra reload speed and the extra fire rate. Now, this will become extra important later on, but note that this is giving us currently 20% increased fire rate, which is awesome. Brimstone is going to be giving us 10% reload speed and 20% of our reload speed as fire rate, which is awesome. Once again, more fire rate for the build, very, very good. This reload speed converting is actually quite important once we get over to Green Tree. Then we're grabbing Lawless, which gives us increased kinetic damage. 1 point in a truck full of nitro. Once again, more instances of bonus damage. War Wagon for the free ammo restore. This just allows us to never have to reload, which obviously is a huge DPS increase if you're not having to pause constantly to reload. Unfortunately, War Wagon does not give you free ammo, unlike other ammo restore abilities. So note that even though you're not reloading, you still can run out of ammo. We'll talk about that in a second once we get to our guns. Pale Rider, more instances of bonus damage, and then Nothing Beats Lead, so that we can get the additional bonus procs of Gloam. Mr. Pocket doesn't really do anything for us. We're to be spamming totems. We'll talk about how we're spamming totems in a second. Unshaken gives us increased damage per fortune stack loss. We're going to be losing lots of fortune stacks with our class mod and also with Dusty Trail. This skill, whenever we slide, we automatically lose fortune stacks. You will be losing and gaining fortune stacks without Dusty Trail. This is just a little bit of a way to kind of guarantee those procs. If things are being funky, all you do is just slide, you'll lose fortune stacks, and then you're good to shoot. I'm pretty much always sliding around on this build, which can be a little annoying for, if you don't love it. I don't really mind having to slide, but just make sure you're sliding every once in a while so that you're making sure that your Gloam is proccing and you're losing those fortune stacks. In our blue tree, we've got 1 point into alchemy. We're doing bonus elemental fire damage, and if you're using fire weapons, all those things will be great for proccing fortune stacks. We can also throw grenades with high status effect chance to proc fortune stacks very, very quickly. Alchemy is basically mandatory on any cash build. And then we get to our green tree. For this, we don't need cooldown because we're spamming. We don't need health restore. We're never actually going to get to our health, and our overshield is getting leeched. So Charm Bracelet is kind of really the only thing to go for here. If you feel like you need Sweet Roll, you could do that. There's just not a lot of great options, to be honest, in this first row. Or Fortuna is great. More elemental effect chance, damage, but the main thing we're picking this up for is extra windfall chance. Then we're going 4 points into Bone Meal Ticket for extra action skill duration uptime, and Luckless so that we can proc Jinx on enemies, just a little bit more damage. We're constantly going to be throwing out our action skill, which I'll talk about in a second. And then we've got Can't Stop Winning. This is going to allow us to constantly be easily entering Windfall through our gun crits, and most importantly, Turn of Fate for the extra lifesteal based on our damage that we're dealing, which will be converted into Overshield for us so that we can heal up our shield for our Gloam procs. For our augment, we are going to be using Heavenly Sevens. This allows us to proc Protector Totems whenever we roll sevens. Protector Totems are going to give us a whopping 40% fire rate and an additional 60% reload speed. The reload speed is not necessarily important because we're not reloading on this build. However, if you remember back into Red Tree, we've got 2 points into Grimstone, so we're converting 20% of that massive reload speed bonus into extra fire rate, which is really nice. Now, I messed around with Dirty Dozen and Mighty Nine. Mighty Nine is pretty nice because it can proc extra Groundbreaker procs for you. Dirty Dozen is also really nice because it gives you a min of fortune stacks based off of your augments. However, I found this to be a little bit awkward with the gaining and losing fortune stacks. I just felt like there was a little bit of an inconsistency there. We are only rocking one augment, though, to not overload our dice pool, so that we can proc as many instances of Angry Totems. Angry Totems give us increased gun damage. Gloam now scales with gun damage rather than skill damage, so that increases the Gloam proc damage for us. And Heavenly Sevens is worth losing some of those totems to get Overshield, increased fire rate, and reload speed. For our weapons, this is kind of a use any weapon build. As long as your gun shoots quickly and with some projectiles, it's going to be good on this setup. The convergences are, in my opinion, the best for single target. The new Swan Song shoots quickly with a few projectiles. That's nice. The Broken Wings is ridiculous on this build. Basically, anything that shoots lots of projectiles. The Flash Cyclone feels pretty solid. Hellwalker feels really good. AC May is a great option. Juliet Sparkle. I don't think I have one on me right now, but Juliet Sparkle is really good. I'm personally loving the Stray right now for mobbing in the new Takedown. There's so many mobs. We have decent crit chance, and the Stray splits projectiles and homes in on enemies. And then if you get it with Jacobs, it also can cause more splits to send out more projectiles. All of those instances of gun damage can proc our gloams. So you just get a basically machine gun that shoots everywhere, homes in on enemies, and kills them. I am currently using this within Daedalus SMG swap. SMG is very good because it increases your fire rate, but if you're looking for an ideal stray for this build, anything that isn't sniper, anything that rolls into like assault rifle, pistol, SMG will be really nice. The only reason why I am currently liking the Daedalus swap is because snipers notoriously don't have a lot of ammo, and so if you're using a sniper role in the new Takedown, I found like you will run out of ammo very, very quickly. I only have 132 shots, but with an SMG roll, now all of a sudden I have 1,584. So the extra fire rate is technically nice, but once again, we don't care about the damage that the gun is doing. Our gun is not. I mean, it's doing damage because it's a gun and we're on a gun build, but the 99% of our damage is coming from gloam procs, and so having more bullets means more gloam procs. You don't have to worry about ammo as much. I have yet to run out of ammo in the Takedown just using a stray with SMG mode, but once again, pistol, assault rifle doesn't need to be SMG. Anything that you can find that deviates it off of sniper will help kind of conserve some of those ammo. And once again, we're doing that because War Wagon, even though I'm not reloading, is allowing us, or is giving us infinite ammo, but it is consuming from our reserves, so you are consuming ammo. I do want to give an honorable mention to the bod, which seems to be giving its like multi-gun damage scaling to gloam, which is crazy. Bod is definitely good on this build. However, I've kind of mentally moved on from the bod, honestly. So this is a build that can kind of use anything. Don't need to be restricted to the bod, but the bod is very strong on this build. I wouldn't recommend using it with sticky. I'd look for Torg impact. And if you shoot an enemy with this on this build, it'll do a lot of damage. Broken Wings is good. Yeah, I mentioned it twice there. For the rest of our gear, I'm rocking a war paint with. For the rest of their gear, I'm rocking a war paint with extra fire rate and enrage. Just proc this before bosses. Otherwise, don't really need to use it. For our ordnance, we're using a waterfall. Big thing on your waterfall is to get alchemic augment on waterfalls. This just gives them very high status effect chance. These will basically instantly proc your fortune stacks, which if you are low fortune stacks, you need to have fortune stacks in order to be able to lose fortune stacks. And so throwing those into packs of enemies will just guarantee that you'll always be at full fortune, which is really nice. Technically, a crit knife on single targets, if you're not having issues with fortune, would be also good for this build, but not necessary. On our class mod, I have a very good class mod. I don't have a perfect class mod. We're going to be using the Wind Rider. The Wind Rider reads that whenever Cash kills an enemy with a critical hit from a gun, he doubles his fortune stacks. Otherwise, killing an enemy with a gun drains half of your fortune stacks. So we don't have a 100% crit chance, meaning when we're killing enemies, we still are going to be proccing this. So that's why you do have a source of kind of automating it, but you do want to slide every once in a while just to make sure that those fortune stacks are being lost. And then whenever Cash gains fortune, he restores health. Whenever we lose fortune, we gain a percentage of our overshield. Now, the best in slot Wind Rider roll would be 5 points into Gloam, 1 point into Dusty Trail, and then 1 point into Dealer's Bluff. That would save you the 1 point into Dusty Trail. So you could go put that probably in Brimstone. But the reason that Dealer's Bluff is so good, I got asked this a ton. It was probably one of the most asked comments on the original Gloam Reaper build, is how do you have infinite dice? And you only get infinite dice if you have 1 point in Dealer's Bluff. You do not need 2. You only need 1 point. This reads that whenever we gain a stack of fortune, we restore our action skill cooldown. So I'm just going to throw these out there real quick. I have full stacks of fortune, so if we slide to get rid of those... I mean, it's automated, so you don't need to do this. But, like, for example, if I throw my grenade, now I have my dice. And if my dice are hitting things and I'm gaining fortune stacks, you'll see that because I'm gaining fortune stacks, we're losing fortune stacks. Because we're proccing Windfall, we just get infinite of our guys. I need to lose a stack so I can gain a stack. And then we get to throw more dice. So that's why Dealer's Bluff is really good. As long as we have the ability to gain stacks and lose them, we get really, really good uptime on our dice. There we proc Windfall, which gives us all of our dice back. And so just 1 point Dealer's Bluff will allow you to spam dice, which is very nice because our dice is going to give us a fair bit of extra damage and bonuses for this build. That is a good point, actually. Why can't I exit? Weird. A viewer just made a good point that I should have mentioned as well, and that is on Bloom Reaper. Did they never fix that? You still can't dot the crystals. You couldn't before, but I thought they made a note. Oh no, you're right. They didn't fix that. Small little note that I should have mentioned. A viewer just pointed it out while we were recording this live, and that is probably best to just take 3 points here. In Bone Meal, 1 into Devils, 1 into Luckless, and then when you're running any content that isn't Bloom Reaper, just run Heavenly Sevens, and then when you're running Bloom Reaper, throw on Dirty Dozen. Dirty Dozen allows you to build fortune without dotting things, which is our main way of building fortune stacks with alchemy. Bloom Reaper's crystals can't be dotted, so then you don't have a way to proc fortune stacks. You don't have a way to proc fortune stacks. You don't have a way for this build to start functioning. And so having this specifically for Bloom Reaper is very, very nice, technically, for a lot of Ordinite enemies, just as an option. But if you're not doing Ordinite or Bloom Reaper enemies, you would not need Dirty Dozen. You can dot the crystals. Did they fix that? You originally couldn't, which is why, like, Ordnance Amon struggled so much. Crystals take dot now. Pog. Okay. Well, I just cut that then. For your shield, we're gonna be using something a little bit different. But I want you to view what's happening here right now. And that is I am shooting, I am draining, but I'm not getting to full overshield. Even though we have overshield leech, even though we're in windfall, I'm not getting to full overshield. When I'm not getting at full overshield, that means I'm not doing nearly full damage from our gloam. Now we're going to make a single shield change. And go. Oh, that's not looking as good. What happens when it gets to full? How about now? Interesting. Now it just doesn't move. Put on a double siphon once. See if it functions the same. There it is. Okay. What would be a good way to demonstrate this? Hmm. When we were doing this originally and I was using a Watts for dinner, I'd constantly get in like a bricked state of draining and losing overshield. And I wasn't able to sustain it. Stone, you see you got a weapon? Bro, you got a gun. Can't search my names in Discords anymore. This guy's famous. Look at my shield now. Yeah. Look at what my shield's doing now. Now we've lost all of our damage. Okay, what about no siphon watts for dinner? What is it on paper? Watts should be fun. What is it about watts that makes it not work? It's not like you get more overshield with a bigger shield. The max overshield is bigger? I don't think it is. Pretty sure overshield size is independent of shield capacity. Watts adds an extra instance of gloam per hit, which drains more shield. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. For our shield, we're doing a little bit of a live demonstration. If we can get this to function. Let's see. There it is. You know, I'll just play it on screen. That makes a lot more sense. For the shield, just about any shield will work. You're just looking for something with high capacity so that you're always in a shielded state. Fuck, what am I thinking of? So you could spec one damage instance less and use wands? Potentially, yeah. Could maybe get rid of the point into hot hand and then use wands? If that's the case. For your shield, something very interesting is happening with the watts for dinner, which is why we're not using it. It'll right now on screen should be showing a little segment, and I want you to pay attention to our shield. You'll note that even with our shield steal, we're not getting full overshield. And this doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough to not use the watts. We're doing enough damage that we don't need it. But the watts for dinner allows you to deal bonus elemental damage, which sounds great on paper. However, the watts is a very low capacity shield, but the bigger issue with it is it gives you an additional instance of shock damage, which Gloam will apply to. The only issue with Gloam applying to your watts is now you've got enough sources of Gloam applying, and each Gloam instance is applying shield drain, making it really hard to keep your shield steal up with your quantity of shield drain. Basically, watts for dinner, very powerful shield, but on this build, you need as much overshield as possible, and if your watts bonus element is draining your shield too quickly from too many instances of bonus damage, then all of a sudden you're not doing any damage at all. So on this build, just look for a high capacity shield. Any will do. You can use a super soldier if you'd like. I've been using the collector shield and also the hopscotch shield. Both can roll with turtle to get really high capacities. Really can't go wrong with either. Just make sure your shield is as high capacity as possible. For your enhancement on the build for mobbing, particularly in the takedown, I've been using a Quintain. This rolls with Bounce Pass plus Piercer, 20% chance for extra crits, which Jacob's parts is massive, especially when shooting a stray into the air. And then Bounce Pass gives us additional ricochets. Getting fire rate on your enhancement is also very, very helpful for this setup. And then for bossing, usually we'll just use a Jacob's stacking enhancement if I have one. Like a multi-strike is pretty good. Extra crit stacks and a chance to crit is very, very nice. Oh, my camera's kind of blocking that. I'll put a picture on screen. For your firmware, we're using Deadeye. For your firmware, we're using Deadeye because it gives us a bunch of extra crit damage. That crit damage applies to Gloam, so we are doing more damage with Gloam. Technically, you could use even more fire rate from... why am I blanking on what the firmware is called? Bullets to spare. For your firmware, we're using Deadeye. Deadeye gives us more crit damage. That crit damage applies to Gloam, so more Gloam damage is very, very nice. Technically, you could use bullets to spare, but we're using where we have so much fire rate. I don't think it's very necessary. And then our two-piece bonus, we're using High Caliber. High Caliber is super nice. On this particular build, normally projectile speed is good, but it especially helps with the Stray. Stray fires bullets that are like not super slow, but they're not the fastest, and they travel a while in the air, so it makes the build feel a little bit extra snappy, and then the extra gun damage is always nice. For your specializations, we're rocking the best defense for more damage dealt, Riddle You This for more gun damage, and then Bullet Train for even more gun damage. Once again, gun damage, very important for scaling the damage of Gloam. For your last point, kind of depends. If you don't have a good waterfall grenade, I'd strongly recommend using Contamination. Contamination will allow you to boost your status effect chance. More status effect chance will allow you to proc your windfall stacks, or sorry, your fortune stacks easier. And so for most people, I'd recommend this. If you are bossing, you could put on Groundbreaker for just an additional damage instance that does a bunch of damage. Gloam builds Groundbreaker, so you can go and melee something for a big chunk of damage. I Am a Gun doesn't really do much for us, neither does Honed Mine, because this gives us more skill damage. And once again, Gloam is no longer skill damage. If you aim down sights a lot, you could use In the Zone. I don't really tend to aim down sights, but In the Zone is also good points. Kind of up to you. Guys, it's going to do it for the build guide. I hope you enjoyed. Guys, it's going to do it for the build guide. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry that it took so long to update our cache builds. That is on me. I do plan on having some more build updates in the future, so let me know which one you'd like to see next in the comments. I'll catch you on the next one, guys. Take care. Peace. I'm down to test it. I'm down to see if Watts doesn't break with one less instance of damage. The bigger issue technically would be our shield breaking, so that our steel is now applying to our health rather than our shield, because as soon as that happens, it's going to be really hard to get back into the groove of chaining gloam stacks or procs. What were we doing? Oh, we were unspecking this. Oh, shit. The whole point was to not put 1 point into hot hands. Whoopsies. What is going on? It like won't let me quit the tree unless I put an augment. That's so weird. Yeah, we can do a subjugator run. Rubber band, man. I originally was using rubber band, man, but it just looked like I was never actually like taking damage to our shield. One in the slide. Yeah. Oh well, it shouldn't really matter. I mean, it matters, but for this test, it doesn't really. Already happening. It's interesting. The logic of it applying to too many instances makes a lot of sense. But it looked worse even without the bonus fire. You know? Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, literally same setup, like just small changing the shield to the watts and it just stops working. The whole build just falls apart. So weird. It's just toasted. That's crazy. Is there something weird going on with... Is it applying to more than one instance with the watts? So weird. I mean, I literally just can't kill anything anymore because we don't have a gloam up because I can't get a shield. Something weird is going on with the watts, and I think it's I think it very much has to do with the bonus element. I think the watts maybe stealing it. I don't know. Something weird is going on. I kind of want to try a not watts, but a not tank shield. Good luck. We put that on and we're fucking back to normal. Even on a siphon watts, like a double siphoned roll watts. That's right. We don't have a good way of losing fortune stacks. I got rid of the slide accidentally. What do you name the new cash build? I would just call it Gloam Reaper. Keep the name. I think Yoshi's having a bad dream. It works for the Red Moon Rising. What's that? Oh, the bonus wall and Windfall? Would that be its own separate instance? Even though it shares an element with Hot Hand? It is another instance. Let's try. Okay. Oh shit. Oopsies. Pretty sure Red Moon is redundant with Hot Hand. I mean, let's say we just testing, just curious. Oh, my shield is looking pretty rock solid. With the birds, if you get with Jacob's roll, birds should look good. Birds is a little awkward to shoot with its projectile speed. But yeah, birds should be good. Is there only real noticeable difference between 7 and 6? Entirely depends on your build. Oh, you talking about in difficulty or like loot rewards? Whoopsies. Alright. Tapped out. I mean, it looks the same. To be honest, I don't feel or notice any difference in either our damage or our shield draining more. I think Watts might just be kind of fucky with it, to be honest. I don't know. I can't tell if it's because of its low capacity or what. whatnot. I don't have like a super soldier on me. I don't know if the applying to additional projectiles is sound logic, because then you'd think that I could use watts plus. Like, it makes sense, but I don't know. I feel like there's something else going on there. Like, it makes sense, but then you'd think that if I unspec'd our bonus fire and then just used watts, it'd look the same, but it definitely doesn't. I was using fireworks with lower capacity and it worked better than wands. I'd probably use Ricochet after the changes. I mean, the big thing with Rafa is you just really want a COV weapon. And Ricochet is more spec to take full advantage of COV weapons than Ranger is. That was the kind of the whole idea, is Ricochet would only be using COV weapons and Ranger would be using anything. But the anything builds got nerfed and the Vitriol COV didn't, so... And it was no contest on single target. Super interesting. Jake, thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate that. And the 3 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's your new builds going? Good. We finished 2 tonight. Both updated Harlow and updated Cash. RDM, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Gifting subs to Zoroaster, D-Rod, Hasta, and Wibbits, and Ninjor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, RDM. I expect that each damage instance is triggering Turn of Fate until you put Watts, and then Watts is the only proc of turn. It could be. Yeah, I feel like this is something like that is potentially like a game file check. I don't know if Watts' bonus element is coded separately as other bonus elements. To my knowledge, it isn't, but are any of the red augments good for cash? Yeah. I like And Hell Followed, Desperado, and Sawed Off are all kind of ridiculous. Do you have any elemental strays? I do. I don't have any dataless elemental strays, but I have a corrosive COV one and a cryo Jacobs. Pretty sure these are exact. No, these are slightly different. One's 13.7, one's 14.5. Cryo strays. You have a rad SMG stram. Could I steal that from you? I'm just curious if because sometimes it's weird, dude. I hate how your buffs go off your screen. Because sometimes I'm like, do I have fortune stacks? Or like right now, do I have fortune stacks? And I think the answer is absolutely. There's no chance I don't have fortune stacks, right? Look at all the dots that are going. But I can't fucking see them because they go off of the buff bar. Which pisses me off. I don't think I need a radiation one. I keep like, do I have fortune stacks right now? Can you get pro weapons for playing the campaign? Yup. All right. I'll get it tomorrow, Captain. I'm very tired. I go sleep. We'll record like all the footage for this video. Like we got the game, we got the stuff, but we need boss footage. So we'll do like some Bloom Reapers, some Thulls, and try to do a super fast what's his face? Child to kill tomorrow. That sounds really bad out loud. The Terramorphous. This is Terramorphous stuff tomorrow. Don't get me canceled. Really fast, child. Yeah, no. Be glad Fetty not here. True. True. OE rating. Let's read Mr. Drops. Shutting down early. It was a 9-hour stream. What do you mean? Heck you. All right. Good night, friends. Peace.